over this shit. Hi. So yesterday, I finished my exercise, and I found out when I woke up that the reason the timestamps for the first video and the last one are the same is because apparently YouTube will take live streams greater than 12 hours and cut them down to 11 hours and 55 fucking minutes. So, literally all the important shit, the really important stuff we were circling back to that I read last night, almost none of it made it into the live stream. So I have to start with the fucking severance letter and read my way up. And it's only going to be probably an hour or two, but I'm pretty fed up, so keep that in mind. Literally, I was like, oh, I finally did it. I'll have all day to hang out with my partner and have a good fucking time. But no, I have to do this because it's not finished. God damn it. There is a caveat to this. That means that the first video was actually 13 hours. And there's an additional like hour and a half that you're never getting back. I'm not doing it again. I'll read these emails because they're super important, especially to the domestic violence restraining order that was just lifted, but no. I'm not doing the first video. Ugh. Literally just woke up. Literally just woke up. Literally just found out. It's a fucking nightmare. Okay. Bring it up. We also need this guy. I'm surprised some of you are here. Thank you for being here. I'm gonna give it a few minutes. We're just getting ready. I literally woke up, came over here, and am now doing this. So I'm a little rusty. I'm a little tired of this bullshit. So we're going to do a little flow meditation, and then we are going to get back into it. This is the last one, I swear to God. Yeah, I saw the initial video change size, and I was like, no, that was just me. It happened so fast. I was like, no, that's just me. I went back and I looked. The first video is cut off like an hour and a half before it's over. And then the second, third videos are fine. The fourth video is cut off. Lame. That's nice. What do you think, Fi? It must be the string. Damn, that was a perfect tune. Did you hear that? Oh, okay. Almost. Oh, God. Ugh. All right. Let's kick it. Hello and welcome to the Picture Pieces Archive. I go by many names. Today, I might as well be known as, I'm fucking over this bullshit. Over it. Just over it. My name is Jamie Bennington also. I definitely haven't gone crazy trying to do this. And I'm playing. Hello and welcome to the Picture Pieces Archive. My name is Jamie Bennington and I am your host. For those of you who don't know me, I am the oldest son of Chester Bennington, lead vocalist of American rock bands Linkin Park. Chronological order: Grey Days, Linkin Park, Dead by Sunrise, and briefly Stone Temple Pilots. I am the resident metaphysician. I am an advocate for many things, and I am an artist. And this is a series called Let's Talk, wherein I perform or conduct meditative deep dives into what I find to be the most interesting aspects of my life. Today's discussion is part 5 of Let's Talk to Linda Bennington. The reason we're doing a 5th one today is because even though we finished this yesterday, YouTube did not inform me, for the first video, not for the last one, that after 12 hours, it will cut your live stream into pieces. So once I passed 12 hours on the first video, it cut it down to 11 hours and 55 minutes. Yesterday, I did a little more than 12 hours, and it cut it down to 11 minutes and 55 seconds. I did not recognize that this was going on. I thought to myself, wow, that's cool. The first and last videos are the same length. Then this morning when I got up, I went and I looked at the first video and it cut off, and I went, okay. And then I looked at the last video and it cut off, and I went, okay. So here I am to finish the job. Today's discussion and reflection will continue to be on a number of pretty extreme, personal, and sensitive topics, to include things like suicidal ideation, substance abuse, post-traumatic stress disorder, memory loss, executive functioning meltdown, and more, much, much more. My disclaimer here is designed to perform 2 functions. The first function is to define the scope of and perspective through which this reflection / discussion will be taking place, and to define expected audience behaviors with some rules of engagement to guide you. In defining the scope of and perspective through which the following discussion and reflection will take place, please know that today's discussion will be centered on my being sentenced with a baseless domestic violence restraining order by someone I once considered to be my mother, how this domestic violence restraining order impacted my livelihood over the last year, and by association the last 7 years. I've been silenced for a long time. How I worked through and around the limitations placed on me by the DVRO so that I may continue to stand in my truth in spite of adversity, as well as the conclusion of a bottom-to-top examination of my relationship with my mother figure, beginning with my conception, October 31st, the Halloween of 1995. We already covered most of that. We're not covering that today. We already covered most of it. We already covered all of it. We're starting with the severance letter and moving forward. So you should be able to end that last video and only have to rewatch a little bit of the material to make it back on track, okay? Please know that all recollection and expression that follows is my own and not that of any others. I do not intend to speak on the behalf of any other person. Please know that my truth is not the truth, but a truth, a picture piece of a much bigger picture. As for expected audience behavior, please note that for the duration of this discussion and reflection, which is now 5 videos long, I will be allowing for the live chat, and I will also be allowing for people to interact in the comment section of the video once the video has been uploaded. This neutral digital environment that I created has been designed to not only facilitate my needs for communication and expression, but also the needs of others who are in a similar position or wish to take up a similar position as mine. And so, because this is a free space for expression and communication for everyone involved in the situation, whether you're watching from the audience perspective, or you are a part of the situation, it doesn't matter. We cannot tolerate certain behaviors. This must be a safe space for everyone. So, by agreeing to participate in this continued self-acknowledgement ritual, you agree to act as a passive neutral observer to my sufferings, and you agree not to tolerate or participate in misinformation, hate speech, trolling, willing ignorance, or otherwise violent behaviors. Do not stalk or harass or approach these people, the people in my story, especially not on my behalf. I'm here to clear up muddy waters, not to muddy them further. And I demand that this situation be given the time and space it needs to be resolved the way that is best for the situation. So, I can't stop you from expressing yourself, and I won't. Some of the things that I have to say are shocking. Some of them are frustrating. Some of them are silly. If you've been watching this far, you know. It may be frustrating. It may actually trigger you into something. I don't know. Just, if you are going to share your feelings, please do so respectfully. If you're going to approach these people to do that, don't do it on my behalf. I did not ask you to do that. But you do have the right to respond. You do have the right to have feelings about what I'm saying. Okay. With that being said, thank you all for joining me one more time around this proverbial campfire. It is no longer the eve of the full moon, but that is fine. It means the world to me that you've taken the time out of your day to be present with me, despite how challenging life can be and often is for many of us. This is Let's Talk to Linda Bennington, Part 5, and I am your host, the despondent oldest son. Let's recap what happened the last couple of days. I like to do this at the beginning of every live stream just because it's quick, it's easy. It helps, center the mind. So I came out on the 13th of December to speak about this domestic violence restraining order situation, which I have been a victim of for a year now. I offered the disclaimer, so there are multiple different versions of the disclaimer, all of which are meant to be the same. I offered a multi-part apology to this person, to Linda Bennington, who I once considered family and considered a mother. I then went through the timeline, a specific chunk of it. I went from March of 2023 through October and November of the same year. My coming back to social media is what I talked about and how that got me in the position I'm in. I was served a domestic violence restraining order request on my dad's favorite holiday, Thanksgiving, last year, by Linda Bennington. The entire DVRO was under false pretenses. There was no legitimacy to anything that she said. Which is a story I'm sure we're all used to hearing, right? So a guy goes to jail or prison. He goes, I didn't do it. And they're like, oh, right. I actually didn't do it. And I decided to look around for some help, see if I can get a grip on what it would mean to represent myself in court, to what it would mean to be able to get legal aid. I ended up not being able to get legal aid. I mean, it was literally less than a month between being served and going to the hearing. But I did manage to, through GoFundMe, crowdfund the resources I would need to go meet my abuser face-to-face in court. It turned out she got a Court Connect approval. So she ended up not even being there. And her silly attorney, who did a terrible job, wasn't even in the same state. So yeah, there were a number of issues during the hearing that were just absolutely ridiculous. And so even though I showed up to represent myself, I was not allowed to. I told my story, but I was not allowed to share any evidence. And because I don't lie and because I tried to explain myself, I fulfilled her burden of proof. That's long story short. And yeah. And then the last year happened. We're going to do a year in review sometime at the end of December or the beginning of January, probably the beginning of January. Still deciding on it. I went back and used my practice to perform a multi-layered reflection on the relationship that I've had with this person. Talinda, in January 2020, admitted to me, after I asked her to, that for our entire relationship, she has manipulated me physically, emotionally, psychologically, to produce outcomes in social situations that she finds to be beneficial for herself. It was either shut Jamie up, the traumatized truth teller, and maybe we won't have to talk about things. Shut them up and you won't have to deal with certain people in a certain way. And so I entered into a reflection on that relationship. And the purpose was, can I understand this person better? Can I understand some of the relationships that I've been through with my biological mother, for example, with my stepfather, for example, Dane, with Chester. And I saw a lot of really interesting stuff. And you guys got to see how that practice works in real time. Again, but on a more serious topic in real time. So that was cool. And yesterday I finished the entire 28-year reflection. But YouTube did not inform me that they cut down 12-hour plus live streams to 11 hours and 55 minutes. So here I am to fucking read this shit again and bring it to a goddamn close. Which is fine, I guess, because I got a little loopy last night. I went fucking insane trying to finish this. And although I said what I meant to say, I'm sure that the very end could have been a little tighter. So here we are. That is what we've been doing. That is what has been up. So, let's see here. My severance letter was in June. It was easier to do it this way. Oh my God, I have to do all of this again. Okay. But we're going to stay on track because we want to be fucking done. So hopefully this will only be 2 hours at the most. All right. Starting with the severance letter. I'm not going to tell you what happened before. Go do the research. You know where to look. You know how to do it. Happy hunting. Some of you said something that looked kind of lengthy. I'll look real quick. Thanks for the support, guys. Crimson, you gotta stop fucking caring about what Chester thinks. That was like the whole point of our breakdown, is that you care so much about what Chester thinks that you don't actually. Who cares what he thinks? He's not here. This has nothing to do with what Chester would have done. Chester did what he did. Chester did what he would have done. This is what Jamie would have done. This has nothing to do with Chester. This has everything to do with Jamie. That's the whole point. In fact, the last 5 of these has had very little to do with Chester and more than everything to do with me as a human being. Who cares if he feels bad that this is all public? This is the life he literally gave me. Not to dismiss your feelings, but yeah. That's not what I wanted to hear at the end of this. And also, he needs it like public. Chester needs this public. If it wasn't public, nobody would know. The gatekeeping devil kings would have won. If I wasn't out here doing this, for example, nobody would know that Sean Dowdell has been hiding private information between him and Chester in a database like the Picture Pieces Archive, of which is his own. And he's been using that information as a Freemason to literally take advantage of all of you. To gaslight you into thinking that what you thought might be true about Chester was false and that you had no privilege to know any different. But in reality, you guys were all right in the first place. So, that's what you get when you talk, when you see something and you say something. I think that's pretty chill. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. Okay, I will tell you. I'll tell you what happened just before this. La la la, la la la, la la la, la la la. April, May, June, July. Nope. What is going on here? Yeah, June 12th. 2020. Ugh. I'm in the wrong year, that's why. Okay, I'm not doing this whole scrolly bullshit. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Yeah. Okay. Let me go back to... Oh, right, May 30th. Okay. Okay, let's do it. I'll read the fucking email. Okay, so remember, May 24th, on my 24th birthday in May 2020, we had that big falling out. It's been like 2 weeks of silence going into May 30th. I'm going to read the severance letter only because the severance letter includes that email. And you'll get a better sense of time for that. So we're going to start that here right now. But basically, it's been like 2 weeks of silence mostly silence, and my entire life is up in the air, the entire thing. Here, actually, let me turn this on. Do not disturb. There we go. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's been a moment. My life's up in the air. I asked for therapy. I tried to approach the situation rationally. I took the time to plan and get people involved and take care of my mother and make sure I didn't accuse anybody of anything. And yet I was accused of accusing her of being something that she's not. Or maybe not. She might not be. I don't know if she is. She's not acting very innocent. And I'm just waiting. So here's my letter that I sent. Keeping in mind that all of 2020, which is what we were walking through yesterday, 2020 and 2021, Talinda said that literally, let me pull it out. Let's get a full refresher. Let's pull it out. Here it is. The DVRO. Let's pull it out. Let's see what Talinda said about 2020. Let's hear her exact words. July 2020. We're in June, right? My birthday was in May. In January, she told me she manipulated me for our entire relationship after Isaiah beat the living fuck out of me and wrecked my heart, literally, and my throat. And then in between January and May, she called me about Toby. And she said, I'm going to kill John and Toby. I'm going to take the time. You go raise my kids with your partner. You'll have access to all my money. And I had to calm her down and talk her off the edge. And then I had to go cut Toby off. Yeah. And then my work with 320 Festival was thrown in the trash. And I was not made aware. And I never got to tell anybody about that again. And then my birthday happened. Talinda called me under the influence of something. Maybe Ambien, maybe painkillers. Maybe something different than that. And then we had our falling out. I confronted her about the way her actions made me feel. And I asked for therapy. She said she'd give it to me. And then she called back immediately and said, you tell me you know I didn't do this or else. And then she took everything away from me. My family, the financial aid she was providing. She was paying off a car she bought for me in 2017. She was paying the utilities and insurance premiums on the house that she forced me to take. Convinced me to take. Out of goodness or not, she still did it. A very challenging relationship that we've had. And that's where we stopped. That was when the period of silence started. Well, here she says in July of 2020 that Abigail Brand and Tyler Bennington were witnesses to me being an unannounced visitor at her home. When she asked me to leave, I threatened to kill her. He also said that his sisters are better off with him and that he would see to it that I didn't have them. The next day I was on the phone again and he threatened to kill me again. There's a better one here. Since 2020, Jamie Bennington has been threatening and harassing me. His father, my husband, was a highly known singer and had a very publicized suicide, in parentheses, Chester Bennington. Since Chester's death, Jamie's mental health has seriously declined. We've seen, as we've walked through this, that that's not true at all. And at this point in time, I'm actually more lucid and more coherent than I've ever been because I'm about to send her my severance letter. I literally resigned from my family. Jamie himself says that he is bipolar and schizophrenic. No, I never said that, ever. And in fact, I had literally just called out Samantha, a couple of months ago, for walking around behind closed doors and messaging people telling them I was diagnosed schizophrenic when she knows for a fact that I'm not. I'm not bipolar either. I never said that, ever. He has taken to posting long and baseless rants that I killed his father. Nope, I have not. Or that I had him killed. No, I didn't say that. Also that I quote unquote stole his inheritance. You did, and we'll get into it. None of which is true. All of it. All of what you said is false. This has led him to a spiral into believing that I am unlawfully keeping his minor siblings from him. That's not what happened. I emailed Jamie in 2020 to tell him to stay away from us after he threatened to kill me. No, that's not what happened. In the last 25 days, Jamie has been posting on his Instagram name, This Is The Void, lies and threats to me. I have recorded 2 threats to my personal safety this morning. I truly fear for my safety. She wrote that in by hand. That's handwriting. That's pen. It's not type. She wrote it herself. We know most of that isn't true, if not all of it, already. But some of it will have to be fleshed out here. Because, no, that's not true. None of that is true. In fact, I only came to her house. I came to her house first on her invitation, July 5th. She kicked me out the same day. And then when I confronted her about it, she said she should have done something about my stupid fucking girlfriend, which I also have in writing, a separate occasion in writing, right here. I didn't threaten to kill her. She was being aggressive. And I said, you need to watch your tone. So here's my severance letter. This is June 12th. July 20th, she said that this happened. This is June 12th. This proves beyond a doubt that I, 1, am right about her not knowing her dates. 2, that there's no way I was geographically or even emotionally close to being what she said I was being here. Because I was here in Flagstaff, driving my partner around to work, getting a job, working on my art projects. In this, I literally said, I don't want to talk to you ever again. All right. I sent this on June 12th, 2020 at 11:47 p.m. I spent all day writing it. To Linda, there are a lot of things that need to be said. You've written your words down for clarity and accountability in the eyes of the law. I will do the same. It's only fair. First, thank you for taking the time to talk to me about this. That's all I wanted in the first place. Before I begin, I would like to lay out the order of events which have occurred over the last 30 days, May 12th to June 12th. Order of events from May 12th to May 30th. On May 12th, 2020, my birthday, I received a call from you around midnight. You left a voicemail in which you told me that you were alone and wanted to ask me some questions about sex. You then told me that there was something I was old enough to be invited to. Both me and my girlfriend, Bella Orona, were invited. I called you back that night and spoke with you about the voicemail from my girlfriend's cell phone because my phone had died. During that phone call, you asked me aggressive questions about who I was having sex with. You said, quote unquote, you don't have to tell me, but tell me who are you sleeping with? It's both of them, isn't it? Sometimes. To which I responded that the conversation was uncomfortable for me. When I expressed that I did not feel comfortable with the questions being asked and that I was with my girlfriend and my friend trying to celebrate my birthday, you told me that you wanted to go to sleep. I agreed. You should go to sleep. The phone call ended. Oh, you like the bassinet fly? That's so cool. I love that. Fly is in Taki's bed. That night, I had ingested 2 psilocybin mushrooms, a little less than a gram, and I experienced a light psychedelic trip. I had been away from my phone for a while and your phone call had gone to voicemail. That's actually not true. I turned off my phone. A lot of the time in these writings, even though I'm being kind of catty, a little bitchy, there is a level of comedy to it, of camp, of what the fuck is this anyways? But also, I give credit a lot. I talked about this over the last couple of live streams. Like, I give people credit they don't deserve. 100%. So here I am saying that I left my phone to the side, but I actually turned it off. I'm just trying to be nice. During said trip, I experienced 0 audible or visual hallucinations. That's true. It was a body high, and I was 10 minutes out from being totally sober when I heard the voicemail. Because I thought I was sober, so I gave it some time, right? I was like, okay, I think I'm sober. Let's give it another, 30 minutes or whatever. Turn on the phone, start to boot back up and sink back into this world. And I have this voicemail on my phone. It's startling. And I just talked to you right before that, too. I was like, why did she call me that? Like why did she call me and leave me a voice message? It's midnight. I recognized that I had been high, that I may have misinterpreted the voicemail that you left me. So I had it reviewed by Bella. Bella was 100% sober due to an upcoming job interview and the fact that they were teaching practicum, which is in-school teaching. So they were learning how to teach in school. Totally sober. They agreed with me. It was a strange message, but they encouraged me to call you back. You sounded to be under the influence of some kind of drug, which I at the time had identified as Ambien. We both wanted to make sure you were okay. The next day, I consulted Alyssa Morse, your honorary daughter, about the voicemail that you left. I let her listen to it. I told her about the conversation we'd had over the phone about the same night. On the same night. I explained to her that the message had stirred a number of uncomfortable feelings that I had been dealing with for a couple of months now, toward trauma I sustained as a child. I then acknowledged that the feelings I was feeling, in fact, were just that, feelings. There were large portions of my childhood I did not remember, and I didn't want to leap to conclusions. After this talk, Alyssa spoke to you on my behalf. She then encouraged me to speak with you about it, claiming that you had a good explanation for what happened, that everything was okay. I took her up on her offer and called you about what had happened. When I spoke to you, you told me that you did not remember the voicemail or the phone call. That you said Kashi Walmer, your buddy, had given you a CBD gummy, and that you had no memory of falling asleep. You apologized for your behavior. I accepted your apology. I then asked you if maybe you had taken an Ambien that night and simply forgotten that you had. You claimed that you had not, but that you could not be sure. As far as you knew, all you had in your system was CBD. I then took the time to talk to you about your drug use. You told me that you would count your pills to be certain you hadn't taken one, just to be sure this would not be the first time that we talked about something like this. You have often forgotten that you've taken Ambien, and I convinced you to throw them away. I then explained to you that the voicemail had done more than make me feel uncomfortable. It had reignited negative feelings I'd had toward my traumatic childhood, a childhood I barely remembered. I had spoken with you at great lengths about my feelings toward this undefined trauma months prior, claiming that I had felt the trauma to be sexual in nature. The voicemail had not only brought me back to those feelings I'd had, but also provoked surprisingly negative feelings or emotions toward you. Before I continue on to tell you what I thought this meant, I made sure to express calmly and clearly the fact that I was not accusing you of anything, that I did not remember anything, and therefore could not blame anyone. I then explained I thought 3 things could have happened. There was a least likely, most likely, Least likely, neutral, and most likely option. I would call that canvassing later, just creating points to move out from in combination. In ratio, okay. Something happened between the two of us when I was younger. This could have been something as small as a moment in time. Sexual assault is possible, but I don't think that's likely. It's more likely that instead I was just triggered by that call. In other words, maybe you were my abuser. I don't think you are, but maybe. I don't know. So maybe you are. You may have seen signs of sexual abuse that I had either witnessed or endured as a child, specifically around the time that I lived with this Todd. You didn't know how to handle it at the time. Even if it wasn't the case, people who are actively looking for signs can miss them. Remember Armando? There was never any blame placed on you concerning that. Just a desire to acknowledge the possibilities. I'd like to acknowledge the fact that you have no recollection of meeting me for the first time at Todd's house, and instead believe we met at John and Sophie's house. There you go. And I talked about this last time, the one that was cut off. So I'll talk about it here. One of our long-term housekeepers, a family friend, tried to hurt my sister. And the way that was handled was so different than Isaiah threatening to kill me and beating me into a bad heart. With Abby, it was oh my God, I'll literally get the boys together. We're going to kill this guy. You know what I mean? Adrian shows up with a gun. There's kids around the house ready to fucking knock this dude into hell. And I'm over here hey guys, something's happening. And then Variety's look, they're literally clout chasing. Isn't it weird that this happened? Nobody talks about it again. No, there are some people who keep making news on me, and you guys are weird. I don't know why you choose to talk about the things that you talk about the way you talk about them. I saw somebody clipped my 4 or 5 hour meditation breaking down the From Zero album. They clipped it into 20 minutes. What the fuck were you? I didn't even watch it. I was just commenting. I was heckling people. But yeah. Because everybody was on there what do we even care about this? And I'm you're literally watching a video about it. Why are you watching it? Oh, that's right, because you wanted to. Haters are liars. They actually love you. Oh, and then there was the fact that we disagreed while we were talking. We had our heated conversations around this time. During this period of 2 years. Something happened. It was they said that they met me at Todd's house. Or I said they met me at Todd's house. They said they met me at the house that was built by my aunt and my uncle. So I was huh. And then I was thinking of a way that could make sense, and I think I found one. We'll hold on to that. I'm just going to say here that given my memory loss and given the severity of the intensity of the situation, it's likely that I just didn't remember. I have that cup incident. I was staring out the window all the time. I woke up with my clothes off. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm peeing in corners. My uncle's starting to throw me through windows. What? What am I supposed to do? Maybe I don't remember. Maybe I don't give a fuck. But maybe I should, because this is something to clear up. Where did we meet? That's interesting. Okay, 3. Oh wait, what would I have said? The second one would have been in modern language. Was that you met me at a time wherein these things were happening. And either because you were just starting to go through it on your own, or you just didn't know. You saw the signs, but you didn't know what to do. And so in reality, my intuition is just alerting me to the fact that you know what those memories are. There we go. And that's the neutral option, right? It's not bad or good. It's just, hey, You know something you're not talking about. So what is it? Why? Why is it? Okay. And then 3, the voicemail and subsequent phone call triggered me to an event from my childhood with a similar context, an event that I do not remember. Nothing had happened between us. I was just confusing those things. This was something I alluded to and explained to you, and was something that you explicitly acknowledged as being a possibility. For the record, I also want to say that this possibility was and is the most likely of the 3 to have happened. I acknowledge this during our conversation. So the third one is, you didn't actually do anything, but because I am at a point where I'm vulnerable or sensitive enough to pick up on things that might be hidden from my view, because I'm open-minded in a certain way, that interaction triggered me to those things that otherwise I wouldn't have had access to. So it was really like an electric charge that got me thinking a certain way. It was like, and then the energy was like, whoa, wait a second, that reminds me of this and this and this. And then because you did it and it was so clear, it just aligned to you. But in reality, it wasn't you at all. You know, you were a catalyst, but you weren't it. And so in reality, it was just me being triggered. That's what I said it was most likely. Like, most likely, I was just triggered. And this is how I see it. Pretty chill. I had asked you to think about these things for a little bit. You agreed to do so before calling me back the very same day. And by the way, I wrote this right after it happened. I remember I couldn't hold on to things. It was so hard. And I told G, like, I need to sit down and write this. I need to write it down because I'm going to forget. Like, that's how bad this is right now. And look how good my memory is now. Wow. But back then, yeah, I was like, no, this is going to just fall right into the hole. And so I wrote it all down. So this is pretty close to literally just the stream of consciousness. There weren't many edits. This was just, I need to say this. I need to get it out. I'll explain later if it's weird, but so far it's fine. It's pretty chill. I had asked you to think about these things for a little bit. You agreed to do so before calling me back that very same day. Quote unquote, it's natural for you to question everything about your life during this process, but you are not allowed to question me. Your actual words. That was almost verbatim. I remember you said that and I was like, what was that? Somebody just farted in my mouth. But my mouth was closed. If you continue to have this conversation, we're going to have an issue. Okay. I then refused to write you off simply because you wanted me to, and you told me that if I went down this path, I might not see you at the end of it, that you would be there for me when it was over. Wouldn't, sorry, yeah, hold on. That you wouldn't be there for me when this was over. I feel like my assassination took place on two dimensions. The sun and that guy. One stereotype I sacrificed myself to amplify and embody for the sake of my family, who clearly, this is what it's been the whole time. This is always deep down, right? Or no? I don't know. Who knows? For me, it was. I mean, I've been here since military camp. This is 23 years old. That was when I was 10, 11. Whole lifetime's in there, man. That's crazy. But you said you can question everything about your life right now. You're just not allowed to question me. I was like, oh, no. No way. That's crazy. Because even if you don't know that you're saying that, what you're saying is serious. And that's your reflex. That is your response. You're responding right now. And yet I don't know, your email's like, I'm not doing that. Aren't you? That's a threat. You can question anyone but me. And if you keep talking about this, we're going to have a problem. No, I won't allow that. Well, then I won't be here for you when you're done with this. Okay. So you want to It was cool when you thought I was just your gay son you could take to the bar and fucking show off. But this is crossing the line. I don't know. Oh, I could just see. Oh, that would have been so weird. Just like a straight Euphoria episode. Yeah. 2 days passed, I heard nothing from you. Meanwhile, on Alyssa's end, my super helpful middleman, on Alyssa's end of the conversation, I was getting nothing but threats. She had told me that I needed to drop the issue, that if I refused to drop the issue, I could possibly damage my relationship with everyone on that side of the family beyond repair. She then accused me of being negligent and of being irrational, which is crazy because she said I was being rational and she thought it was cool I was being careful. Such magic. I responded that I would not drop the issue simply because it made people uncomfortable. The son and that guy. Here, Mom, did you want my arm? It's yours. The son. What the fuck is this? That guy. Alyssa proceeded to tell me that I would lose my family, that you, Talinda, and she, Alyssa, owed me absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like, what did I do? You know what I mean? Like, okay, I did kind of blast through this yesterday. Maybe I could have gone a little slower. I was just so fucking fed up. Isn't that weird? Is that weird? Because that's my life. Maybe it's not weird. But it sounds like I kind of accidentally found something. And then she's like, no, everybody's gonna know. Everybody's gonna know. Jamie, shut up, Jamie, shut up. Stop saying it. Okay. And then that tone's kind of muted like later when there's other correspondence, but starting here, like that's not what it looks like. It kind of looks like you're kind of fucking guilty of something. I'm not saying you are, but like what mom does that? Hey, Mom, you know how like super traumatized I went through a lot as a kid? Well, what you did last night on my birthday, for whatever reason, it like made me feel away. So I thought about it really hard, and I don't want you to be like offended or hurt or anything, because like I know you've been through a lot. I'm trying to be mindful of you. Fucking so crazy. And then for Alyssa to literally turn around and be like, no, you're literally unhinged. I see your true colors. No, you're going to lose like everything. Like you need to drop this because what you just did, what you just found is like, you don't understand. And like, you're going to lose everything. And we owe you nothing, by the way. Me and her, we don't owe you anything. Ooh, did you actually? Maybe you did do it. Maybe you did do it. Children. I was thinking about it. And that's why she flipped on me and said I was after saying that I was so reasonable and so cool for being careful. That's what I'm saying. Like I can see that shit now with all this other stuff. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, I had the connection here. She said we did it. She said we did it. That's weird. That's weird, bro. Because you literally took her side like that, and I had come to you as the middleman, and I had asked you if you gotten a similar invitation. And you were like, oh, you should just talk to her. You'll get it. It'll be smoothed over. She tells me it's not smoothed over. Everything's broken. And all of a sudden you're like, no, fuck you. I see what you are. You fucking snitch. Oh, shit. I see you. That's an interesting world. That might not be true. But that sounds real. I always wondered why that bothered me so much. All these years later, it's like, oh, I need to see you a certain way. I haven't seen you yet, but I see some things. All I can see you is just freaking out about Justin Bieber. No. Yeah, this is strange. But yeah, it's weird. Alyssa like fucking flips on me. Flip-flop. You're gonna lose everything. I owe you nothing. If family sticks together, that's great, but if they don't, then they're not family anymore. And I said, why? Yeah, I did. I said specifically, I said, girl, why are you trying to fucking silence me? Why are you doing that? You're literally silencing me. Why are you doing that? She fucking gaslit me. She's like, you're fucking crazy. You need to get help. I see your true colors. Your true colors? I'm doing like the most healthy thing you can do. At all times here. I'm not cracking at all. There's nothing cracking here. What's cracking is my fucking patience. Because how the hell did that happen? The person I went to for help helped me and then stabbed me in the back. Threw everything that we ever went through together away. 23 years of history. So what did you two do? What the hell was she talking about? Is that even what it is? On the 14th of May, Roxanne Badawala, a mother of one of Tyler's friends, and my spiritual mentor for his moment, she texts me and she's like, hey, I want to help you talk. Or can I talk to you? There you go. And then she says later that she wants to help. But I'm like, yeah, is everything okay? I can talk to you. Roxanne wanted to know what was going on. She wanted to act as a mediator in this dispute. I told her exactly what I had told you and what I had told Alyssa. Roxanne then told me she would express my side of the issue to you as a third party, which she never did. Later that day, she called me back and asked if I would be willing to speak with you. I told her that I was pretty upset, but I would be willing to talk to you the following week, so I had time to process my emotions. Literally. Hey, I just need some time to process this. Jamie's fucking emotional state was rapidly deteriorating. Mm-hmm. However, before that week ended, I got a phone call from you to Linda early in the morning, which I missed because I was sleeping. I compromised and called you back. You did not answer. I texted you and told you I'd be in the car for a number of hours. If you didn't want to talk, let me know, but you could call anytime. You did neither of these things. The following week, I was contacted by Amanda Van Roberts, your roomie. She had seen my response to John Kinnear's comments on Twitter about you taking the children away from him. He said that you were a monster, and I corrected him, May 26th. Imagine growing up with your mom cutting off communication from their aunt and uncle. I'm not worried about the kids. They know who we are, and we never cut off T's access to our boys. But she can't say the same. My boys know everything and still love their aunt. I responded, actually, I'm the one who cut you off from the kids, because Talinda called me and was like, I'm going to kill you. I saved your life. And you didn't want to answer the phone. It's crazy. You would know this if you had answered the 10 phone calls I made in an effort to talk to you about this behavior, but no, you were too busy dealing with your migraine, which you always have when I call. Always, every time. There's no you didn't have a migraine. And I get you do have them, so I kind of feel like an asshole for even saying that, but also bro, you could tweet that, but you couldn't. Okay. And your wife Toby had to answer for you. You coward. Yeah. And the way you're handling what's going on with what Samantha said about Jacob is very shitty too, John. Amanda asked me if I was okay, claiming that she was worried about me. She also wanted to share with me some information she wasn't sure I was aware of. Yeah, why did you think that, Amanda? Because you were the first one to tell me? Or probably also because Talinda might have told her that she was going to have the lawyer talk to me. So maybe she thought I'd been served formally. I don't know. But she proceeds to do one of the silliest things that a person in this situation could do. She says something like this. Talinda consulted an attorney, has cut all contact indefinitely, and has made it so that I'm not allowed to interact in any way with my brother Tyler or my little sisters Lily or Lila without strict supervision by Dane Brand, my bio mom's ex-husband, who says later, I don't want to talk to her that often, you know. Anytime I see my siblings, you have to talk to her because you have to be the judge, the jury, and the executioner. How crazy is that? What is that? Why? Why was he even a part of this? But yeah, you literally took everything from me, Amanda. Directly after learning this, I called to confront both Talinda and Alyssa and was once again sent to voicemail. I left a very specific message, and that message was, if you don't call me back by the end of today, I will never speak to you again. I will never forgive you for what you are doing. Neither one of them bothered to respond to my message. Not even a text. So I deleted their phone numbers and every text between the three of us ever exchanged. I erased you. I did exactly what I said I would do in January. It's only been 4 months. On May 30th, I received an email that would serve as the only articulate response that you've had to this issue since May 13th. She's responding for the first time on the 30th of May, like 15 days later. 16 or 17 days later. I've just been floating in the fucking wind this entire time. She even called me, and I even compromised and called her back. I wonder if I'll compromise again. I wonder. On the 30th, Talinda emailed me, Jamie, I'm sending you an email rather than calling you because I want to make sure that what I'm about to say is on the record and not misunderstood. So every one of these emails, by her definition now, is her highest good. She is choosing to say this. She thinks this is something to say. And this is really her. She thinks that she can use this in the court of law. I want to make sure what I say is on the record and not misunderstood. She wrote this down. She waited 16 to 17 days to respond to me so that she could give a written response and not react, but respond to the situation. She thinks that this has been something she's thought is a good idea for a while, and now she's going to share it with me. The infamous email chain. I will not allow you to say that, quote, I either was inappropriate with you or I knew about it and covered it up, unquote. You have and continue to accuse me of something I never done or would ever do. You say you were confiding in me. Confiding is saying, hey, I think this happened to me. Not you either did it or knew about it. You actually just repeated back to me the three things that I said to you. That's all you did. Because I did say, hey, I actually thought about this really hard and I think this is what's going on with me. I just needed to talk to you about it. That's me literally saying, hey, I think this is happening to me. And And I never said you did anything. I said, I cannot say you did anything because I do not remember. That's why I want therapy. Punk. I want the memories back. We were going to do EMDR. You were going to pay for it. You said so. And then you took it away because I didn't do what you wanted me to do. Just like Samantha. It's crazy. Oh. That's right. I'm going to talk about that real quick. Do you know why Samantha said out loud to me in anger, "You sick fuck, you molested my nephew Jacob, and Draven's not your blood brother," in one text? I said I compared her to a couple people in my life. One of those people was Talinda. So when I told Samantha that she was like Talinda, and she reminded me the way she was abusing me was one of the ways that Talinda would abuse me, and I listed out what those things were. I said, hey, I think this is going on. I'm confiding in you. Samantha responded with that. So this whole Jamie, you're a child predator bullshit. One, it's not an allegation. Two, Samantha said it out of anger because she was compared to Talinda. You see how damaging that is? I couldn't even say that. And why? Because of Talinda. She got a DVRO under false pretenses. So when that happened, and I actually did that to protect myself, I couldn't tell everybody the truth all the way because my mom had made it impossible for me to do that. And so I got people coming up to me going, Jamie, you sick fuck. You have a restraining order against you by your entire family. That's why they fucking hate you, right? That's how we know. And it's because you're a fucking child predator. And nobody has to say anything. Talinda doesn't have to fucking help. My siblings don't have to come in and say nothing. My mom doesn't have to be accountable, biological or otherwise. That was so fucking hard. I didn't think people were going to start saying that so quickly. But, I thought I'd have some time. But, yeah. It's been a real problem. You've been a real problem. The only burden of being here, one of the biggest burdens of being here has been you in this relationship. It's exhausting. And it doesn't stop when you're gone. It doesn't stop when you're gone. Because this is you being gone. Even by the time that you claimed I was threatening your life and I had been this way since 2020, for some reason you never called the police, but now you are. Reading that court transcript, fucking devastating, dude. Funny as fuck. Devastating. I did confide in you. I literally did. You told me that I told you, and I told you that I did not say that. Every time. Not one time did I go, you were right. You're right. No, you're wrong. I've been saying it for 6, 7 years now. In varying degrees of intensity. She continues, your words are reckless. She called me reckless. Dangerous. She called me dangerous. And damaging. She called me damaging to her and her kids. I've been the opposite of all three of these things. And like I've said many times over these last couple of months, live streams. Because, we're on fucking number 5. These little movies. That I was damaging to you and your kids, that's literally, one of the reasons you're here right now is because I was not. No, I wasn't. I was there for you and your kids. As one of your kids. Who had been partly there because they wanted to be, and partly there because they had to be, you asked them to be. I will not allow anyone, even you, to be in my life with such vile in their mouth about me. Yeah, I didn't want to have to say it either. Yeah, I hear you. I didn't want to have to say that, hey, Mom, I think 3 of these things could have happened. One of them, you're my abuser. Yeah, I didn't like that either. It's probably why I had to take the time to learn how to say it first before I talked to you about it. It's probably why I took 14 hours to do this shit. And you threw it away in literally 1 hour. And half of that was you being allowed to talk about what you wanted to talk about. Being welcomed. Painful, man. The consequences of your words falling onto the ears of someone who believes them could lead to CPS or Child Protective Services removing Tyler, Lily, and Lila from my home until I can prove my innocence. That is the most absolutely terrifying feeling I could ever have. And yes, you made me feel that way. Okay. You did it. I wonder where I got that. It's funny. And the fact that you can't even acknowledge how what you said did to me, that's not okay. I have literally this entire time, multiple times, to your friends, to Alyssa, to me, to you specifically, said that I understand what I said could have been challenging. I even said that when I told you. It was upsetting to me, you know? Of course it's going to be upsetting to you. That's why I thought about you. The 14 hours was for you. That's why I made sure to talk about it. You may be thinking it is true, but it's not. I'm here to assure you that it is very true and... What? Oh, that's not true. Okay, hold on. And the fact that you couldn't even acknowledge how what you said did to me is not okay. You may be thinking that's not true. I'm here to assure you that it is true and a very real possibility. I have spoken with a lawyer to know how to protect myself and my family. There you go, there's the first time. And told them the situation in its entirety. So when I didn't call you that, you ran to your lawyer and told him what? The reasons I might have said that, even though I didn't? Did you burrow yourself into a hole there? Because, like, for real, all I said was, I don't know. I'm not blaming anybody. I'd like to do therapy finally. Will you help me? It's all that happened. And you went to the lawyer to protect you and your family. There it is. All my life, no, Jamie, you're as important as everybody else. I promise. No, you're crazy, Jamie. Shut up. You're being so aggressive over something that's not even real. But wait. I spoke to a lawyer after what you said to me to protect myself and family. I told them everything. And they told me what could happen to me. And what I would need to do to have my kids returned to me. The police and CPS don't take words like that lightly. So, no, hold on. Yeah, I did not talk about this last time. That's concerning. That's another huge red flag. Because I didn't say that they did anything. The least likely option of 3 options was that they were my abuser. The other 2, they were not my abuser at all. Okay? Or they may have, I guess, been a little bit in the second scenario because they would have allowed for something to happen. But, by not doing anything. But that is like a thing that can be negotiated, right? You could talk about that. Like, well, why? Why was that? How was that for you? But you're saying that you told your lawyer what I said and what your feelings were on that, why you were scared. And he said the police and CPS don't take that lightly. Do you know what could happen to you? And getting your kids back, that's going to be challenging. I want to know what the hell you told him. I want to know what you guys talked about. Because if that's how that conversation really went, that is weird. It's weird that Alyssa was like, oh, let me talk to her. Let's get her story straight. You know, I'm seeing it this way right now, right? Maybe it's not this way, but I'm seeing it this time. Alyssa being like, oh, wow, yeah, that's weird. Oh, I never got an invitation like that. You know, here, let me ask her a question. I got this. You mind if I step in real quick? So he got, what the fuck was that? That was so sloppy. Yeah, well, I don't know. Don't, you know. So what's the story then? You know, what happened? Oh, this is so funny, Jamie. Yeah, you know, you wouldn't believe it. She's got the most amazing story. It's really not that big of a deal. You guys should talk. Okay. We talk. She tells me the story. I tell her what I need to say, which is everything I just said. And then all of a sudden it's, you need to tell me you know I didn't do this. I told my lawyer everything after you said you wouldn't do that. And he told me what could happen. The police and CPS, they don't do well with that. I might have to work really hard to get my kids back. I might have to do time. Like, that's what I'm seeing here. Like, and then Alyssa turns around and she's like, I see your true colors. You don't care about the family. You're crazy. You need to get help. Bro, chill. No, I'm saying like I didn't say it to her. No. Okay. I think if you listen to me, you'd hear that this isn't really happening. This isn't real. Wake up. I see that happening. Because that's so weird. Like, you wrote it this way. You chose to write it this way. Like, I think just seeing it this time and understanding your words of like, this is on the record. Like, okay, so this is what you thought would be. This is your factual account. This is your testimony, just like the one you took to the courthouse. There are people that hate me and would happily make that call to CPS. What do you mean? What do you mean? No, wait, we can't skip past that. What people hate you in such a way that they would take your kids away from you. For real. What did you do to who for that to be a true statement? I don't want word getting out that this is even close to a possibility because of my past. My lawyer thinks it's a good idea for me to lawyer up and stop contact entirely and only speak through him if we ever do. Because they'll fucking do that shit. There are people I know who would use that as a reason to have my kids taken away from me. So that implies a history to me. That implies you have a social history around something connected to children. I don't know what that means. They wouldn't take your words kindly. What did you do? Why is this so weird? I never said anything about CPS, not one time. I never said anything about the police, one time. I kept asking my mom to be a good mom and hear me and see me and hold me because I went to her for help and she said I could and I never did. I told Chester I was suicidal. He died 6 months later. I entered into a fucking relationship with Talinda like that. Shortly after, given the certain circumstance, she just fucking turns on me. Like, what is going on? So I guess there are people out there who hate Talinda so much that they would happily take her kids away from her. I don't know what to make of that. I'm not trying to make this about me, as you have said. Your words have consequences, and I have every right to respond to them. You can't say whatever you want, wherever you want. Whatever you want, whenever you want, sorry. And my kids are not your kids. You did not raise them like you say you did. You stepped in as a brother, as a good one, but that's it. No. No. That's rude. You stepped in as a brother, a good one. No, you said I was head of the house. You said they needed a father. You told me that as their brother, it made me the right candidate. The same way you sold me on the fucking cabin. And now you're throwing it in my face. You didn't help me. You just stepped in as a brother, and that's all it was. We weren't really like that. I didn't like you. That was in your head, probably. So, okay. We were just friends. Okay. I don't think so. I think I'm your child. If you want a relationship with your siblings, you absolutely cannot speak ill of me no matter how much you hate me. I never said I hated her. Which is really interesting because I didn't say I hated her. She's saying there are people who hate her, who would take her kids from her, that I hate her. But I never threatened to take her kids from her. I asked her to be a better mother. So it's interesting that she thinks what I did, our conversation, basically, I'm saying that it sounds like what she's saying is that the conversation I had with her about what she did and how it made me feel and what the potential of that could be is a conversation that many other people have had with her, right? People who hate her have that conversation. That's kind of what I'm reading, in part. It's one of the meanings. Because I never said I hated her. If I hated her, it was because, well, actually, I should say I didn't never say it. I said it when I had my executive functioning meltdowns, like the day I called and said, if you don't answer, I will never speak to you again or forgive you. Right? So, yeah, the hate was like, I hate what you turned this into. I hate what you're doing to me. And when I think of like, okay, then if there are people who hate and I hate, but my hate was very specific and not really like that, so it's different than these people's, then she thinks that what happened between us is what happened with her and these people. Whoever they are, I don't know. Tyler told me some of what you'd said, and I'm just disappointed that you would try to tell my child those things, saying what kind of a mother would do such a thing. You don't get to talk to my kids that way. When I sat Tyler down and said, I'm not leaving you, I'm being forced out. Your mom has a dependency on a substance. It's most likely Ambien. She should not have put all of that information on you. You should not be involved in this at all. You were a child in the situation. I apologize that this happened to you. Yeah, that's what she's saying. You don't get to talk to my kids that way. Okay? How are you ever going to be there for your kids? Oh, wait, that's right. She doesn't care about their pronouns or anything, so. And she would never want to do that work it takes to be understanding, you silly kids. I am fully acknowledging of the fact that my phone call made you very uncomfortable and most likely triggered in you some shit I have nothing to do with. But I, in caps, never was perverse in my call with you. Literally, if Jamie, who are you sleeping with? You don't have to tell me, but you have to tell me who are you sleeping with. It's both of them sometimes, isn't it? Isn't perverse? What is? You're talking to your son high on a drug that you are choosing not to name, but you probably could. The drug use is perverse. The language is perverse. The implication of the language is perverse. You were perverse in your call with me. That's actually a thing that happened, though. I most definitely never asked you to a sex club, 4 exclamation marks. That's disgusting. I didn't say it was a sex club. I never said that. And no shame about it. Sex clubs are what they are. But that's not something I said. I never said anything that you said I said. Yeah, it is disgusting what you said I said. I didn't say that. I didn't randomly gaslight you and say, hey, you made a call that you never made specifically to be gross. You're telling me that I made up the sex connotations of your message. Even though when I called you back, you were also still talking about sex. Yeah, I wish it was a little different too. Again, like I said in the beginning, way back when we had this conversation, I said to Linda, it's not that I don't want to have this conversation with you. I'll be happy to have that conversation with you. We can talk about things. Just like right now, at this time, given our history and given what's happening with this, whatever you're on, now's not a good time. If you want to have it later, we can have it. Like I've said every fucking time. Interesting language in this email. I would like some accountability on your part. I haven't taken accountability at all. Are you kidding me? But so far, there isn't any. What? And your voicemail to me, yelling at me and demanding I do my job. Yes, I demand that you do the job that a mother does. That you be a mother. Yeah, I did actually go to my mother, ask her for help. Yep. And I did ask you to be the mother, right? Because you said you would. So why are you throwing that in my face? You raised me to do this. You raised me to hold you accountable as my parent. You raised me to literally talk to you about these kinds of happenings with you. Stranger danger. If anybody touches you, tell me. Okay, I'm telling you, you touched me. Emotionally, mentally, you did. Why? I don't know. Physically, maybe. Let me do the therapy. I'll finally do the therapy. Thanks for letting me talk to you. That's where this could have ended. This could have been a whole different world. But no. No, instead, they were never perverse. And me, oh my God, telling them to be a mom. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? You need to speak with respect even when furious. Yeah, because you do? Like when I brought all my stuff from the apartment that you just bought for me and decided that that was better than what I was. When I had that date. And I brought it back to you. And you screamed and yelled at me in your own house. You were like, I'm never doing anything for you again. I can't believe I tried to fucking help you. You're so fucking disrespectful. Literally yelling at me. Literally yelling at me. And that was before any of this happened. I didn't even know G yet. So, no. And also, how snaky is it that my mom, who knows I have a challenge with executive functioning meltdowns and get loud and don't have control over my volume, would also be like, you yelling at me, knowing that it's a stress response and that obviously I'm stressed out by what's going on and obviously this is not a safe conversation. She's like, you yelling? That's it. Just like, looking back on that stuff, you know, just putting my mind behind it, it's like, bro, you know that that's something I go through though. So you know that when you say that, that's one of your manipulations. She's asking for a whole lot of something she's not given. And this inheritance money you want, there isn't any, Jamie. You received a house valued at $500,000. I gave that to you out of the goodness of my heart. I paid taxes and bills on it. I gave you a home and a way to make money, but you never had ever thanked me. You didn't thank me. She just really said, you want your inheritance money. You want that liquid capital to spend on your bills and your food and your clothes and your transportation. Well, guess what? I don't care if there's a pandemic going on. There's no money for you, Jamie. Your dad was worth $30 million when he died, and I got life insurance, and I probably was paid out by his business partners, and I have no money for you. My house was $6 million, Jamie. You have no inheritance. I gave you a house, you ungrateful bitch. You received a home that's valued at $500,000. I gave it to you out of the goodness of my heart. No, you did not. You did not do that. You gave it to me, and part of the goodness of your heart was you giving me something in the long run I could use to my benefit. In the long run. But it was so far in advance. I got this thing in 2017. You didn't even put it in my name until 2019. And oh my God. This is so annoying. What is that? Just perm hair. You literally gave the fucking cabin to me because you couldn't go back. Yeah, I was the only one you could trust to take care of it. But did I ever thank you? Yeah, actually. Yeah, actually. When we had the conversation and you finally convinced me to take the thing, I said, well, I appreciate it. You know, it means a lot to me that you consider me to be that trustworthy, that you consider me to be the one to give this to. Because that's right. That's how I am. Oh, crazy. I thanked you. And then after that, any other time I said it was a burden, anytime I said it was a burden, it was because you were very rude and mean and condescending about what I was and wasn't able to do for that house, given the fact that I was a literally mentally ill college student with intending to leave the state with no money, no means to do that, other than what, you know, his father gave him, which was a secret, mostly. So, yeah. I did thank you, and anytime I said it was a burden, it was because you were being a jerk. You say that the money I gave you for a ring was making it about me. That's a fucked up way of thinking about someone helping you and simply trying to be kind. You could have told me in the moment that you didn't want the money. You could have not accepted it, and you don't have to worry. I won't help you ever again. I don't want to be accused of everything that you say about me. I didn't accuse you of anything. I won't put myself in the line of fire. That's great. There should not have been a line of fire. Jamie, you're right in many things in your life, but this is not one of them. Jamie, you can question everything about your life, but me? No. Jamie, what was it? Jamie, you're right about a lot of stuff, but this right now with me, not one of them. Huh. It's very convenient, those two things. If you can find it in your heart to see how your words affected me, scared me, then maybe we could find a peaceful common ground. I admit how my words have affected you, and I'm sorry for that. This is literally, this is like the extreme bad of an Emily Armstrong styled apology. I admit how my words have affected you is not saying you're sorry. I have not read an apology this entire time. You have spent the entire time telling me all the things that you did right because you're telling me all the things I did wrong. That sounds like a Linkin Park song, doesn't it? I couldn't see the clues because you were too busy telling me what you didn't do. And now they're saying, I'm apologizing. No, you're not. There's no peaceful common ground, bro, because guess what? I already told you. The entire premise of me talking to you in the first place was me knowing that my words would affect you and potentially scare you, and wanting to avoid that and wanting you to feel safe and held. So, nope, there was no peaceful common ground. Whatever you're thinking everybody might find out about you, it has nothing to do with that. You might want them to be connected, but it's not happening. My silence these last 2 weeks was not me shutting you out. It was my collecting of thoughts so that I could respond in all caps and not react. I hope you find therapy. I hope you find therapy. I hope you find therapy. I can't find therapy. I'm impoverished. I am an impoverished youth, isolated from my family and everything that I've ever known, for being honest and standing in truth and not allowing other people and their insecurities tear me down. Basically homeless. And no, it's not fair for you to say that I could have lived at the cabin. The tomb? You wanted me to go live at the tomb? You wanted to banish me to the house that you never wanted to see again? Otherwise call me ungrateful? That's interesting. You should have been there when Trilogy had to hold me. Yeah, you should have. Maybe you wouldn't say such silly, annoying, mean shit. I hope you find therapy. Okay, well, Samantha, I'm not going to find it because I can't afford it. There's no jobs. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and we're being scammed like motherfuckers out here by people like BetterHelp. So, yeah, it's not going to happen. You need to work these feelings out. Yep, that's what I said. I did say that. Yep, I said the feeling is the memory, right? And I don't remember it. I'm having a hard time remembering. I want to go to therapy. And did you take me? No, you said, you can't say that what you think might possibly be what you think be true. And by the way, now I'm never talking to you again. I don't hate you. It's not healthy for you to hate me. And I most certainly have not abandoned you. Like, dude, what the fuck is this masterclass in gaslighting? You did abandon me. You literally abandoned me. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. That's what that was. You can go down this path, but I can't emotionally or financially support you anymore. My lawyer said what I told him about what you might be talking about is just so serious that the police and CPS will definitely not like it. And there are people who hate me and done things that are kind of close to what you've done, but not what you've done. And they might actually take my kids from me. What? You did abandon me. I didn't want to talk on the phone because you do not listen. Okay. And it feels like if I don't agree with you, you get mad and invalidate my feelings. I swear to God, in the book that you wrote for me, you said that I'm a good listener. Hey, watch. Here's a little celebration of one of my favorite things about you, which is, of course, your dedication and loyalty to your family. One of the very most wonderful things about having you in my life is getting to see you grow from a broken, innocent boy into an emotionally evolved man. You're absolutely my favorite kid. You're probably the most emotionally intelligent person I know. You are utterly exceptional at listening. I think it would be absolutely impossible for anyone who's known you for any time at all to not to notice that you are an utterly exceptional listener. Get out of here. Full of shit. And look, I am completely crazy about you, which is why you're even cute when you're complaining. So I hope you watch all these videos. I didn't talk to you because you don't listen. Please see Exhibit A. And it feels like if I don't agree with you, you get mad at me and invalidate my feelings. Literally what you did to me. You said, agree with me. And I said, no. And then you said, I'm mad at you. Your feelings are invalid. I'm not going to be here for you anymore. And then you literally wrote next, which is where you literally went in the conversation directly after that. I cannot emotionally or financially support you after what you said about me. And continue to say, you have health insurance until 25, I believe. You can call Sheila directly to find out your benefits. With respect to the kids, their therapist and I told them they need to have a break from you for a while. Their therapist, okay, keep that in mind, the therapist character, their therapist, and I, to Linda, told them they need to have a break from you for a while. The girls understand, Lily and Lila understand that you have said a big lie. They don't know what exactly. Do you even know what exactly? And they have been prepped on what to do / expect if CPS happens to show up here. Their therapist said they needed to know because that threat is real. My lawyer agreed. So you're telling the therapist and the lawyer, and you're going to tell the police later on these things. Do you know how damaging that is? Do you know how insane what you're saying is? This is crazy. You told my sisters that I lied about you, but you didn't tell them what? You prepared them to be abducted by the government's child protective services. And your lawyer agreed that this was a good idea? Tyler knows everything. From my voicemail to what you said, he overheard me talking to you. Tyler's therapist, another therapist, is helping him navigate his feelings through this. Tyler is infuriated at you for being so careless with your words and putting him and his sisters at risk for being taken away. Sorry, for a second I said my sisters. With your words and putting him and his sisters at risk for being taken away. So now she's expanded this entire problem to include me choosing to put the kids in danger. You're ridiculous. Jamie, I don't know who you are anymore, and you have shattered my trust in you. I can't rationalize what you're saying or why you're saying it, and since I can't trust you and don't know who you are or how you'll behave, I will not allow my kids to have contact with you until you've received substantial mental health care and can prove you are emotionally safe to be around. So now I'm not allowed to see anyone on that side of the family, especially her kids and Talinda herself, unless I've gotten the mental health correction I need and can prove to her beyond a doubt that I have changed. You are a mental health professional. 320 changes direction. This is the face of 320 changes direction. That's crazy. You have broken my heart, Jamie. I hope that you finally understand there are consequences for your words. You can't say whatever you want, whenever you want. This time you have permanently crossed a line. The fact that I have to worry about anything above over a lie from your mouth makes me sick. I am sick to my stomach that things have come to this. I would never have imagined. I wish you well, I love you, and I'm very hurt by all of this. Talinda. After reading this email, I confronted Michael Friedman and Amanda Van Roberts in anger about the things you had said. You had written that you wanted to make sure that what you had said was on record and not misunderstood. I knew then that I would have to do the same thing. I promised Michael and Amanda that I would send them a letter detailing my thoughts, feelings, and most importantly, my desire to be rid of you. This, what I'm reading right now, is that letter. There are two things that I want: to be totally separate from you, having vaporized any trust we have left. 2, maintain my relationship with my siblings. However, it is clear to me that if I'm going to live a happy life and a fulfilling one, that may not be possible until the kids are older. You have already turned them against me. I have permanently been placed in the psycho box with John and Toby Kinnear, Susan Eubanks, Samantha Olett, Draven Bennington, and Tommy Church, amongst others. The kids would never be able to sort it out without you hovering over every conversation, every moment between siblings. So I began to reach out to the kids. I wanted them to know that I was going away for a while, but not because because I wanted to, but because I was being forced to. They had to know I wasn't abandoning them. So I reached out to Ayanna Donnelly, Amanda Van Roberts' daughter, one of the 4 additional protected peoples Talinda was looking to have the order for, and informed her that I could no longer be friends with her mother. I could not forgive Amanda for her part in all of this. I could not forgive Talinda that my relationship with Amanda and Talinda had permanently ended. She seemed to have She seemed to understand. Then I spoke to Tyler Bennington. He was not as forgiving. Tyler claimed that Talinda, had told him the whole story, that he was angry with me for not dropping the subject. I tried to explain what was going on, but all Tyler had to tell me was that he thought I lost my mind and didn't want to talk to me again until I, quote, got my shit together. Tyler then hung up on me. Meanwhile, as a concerned family member of the trust, I reached out to GRF to exercise my right to audit the trust. as well as the estate for wrongful use of funds, which I had also tried to do when I was originally informed that I was a member back when Chester died 2 years earlier. Or I guess after, right? So 2 years after. 2 years. 2 years before this, my God. And remember, my best friend Matt, who moved out to LA with me, he worked at GRF for less than a year, became massively depressed, abandoned me, and disappeared. The same wealth management firm that my family uses. And Talinda would even talk about him sometimes. It was weird. June 1st through June 12th, 2020. I made my first call to account manager Sheila Sermani on May 29th, the second on June 1st, the third on June 2nd, the fourth on June 9th, and the fifth on June 10th. All of these calls were about the audit. And each of these calls, I left a voicemail with my name, my number, and my request for an audit of the family trust and family estate for wrongful use of funds. Sheila Sermani had received and reviewed each of these emails and chose actively to ignore them until I threatened to take legal action in my final call on June 10th. She emailed me the same evening. Sheila to Jamie, CC, the G and GRF, Jeff Gilman. Hi Jamie, I just received your message. I am out of the office. I'll get back to you next week. I responded to Sheila, I'd like a reason why you wouldn't be in the office for the rest of the week. This is the second week I've called. In the past, I have received prompt communication. It's clear that you have heard my messages, chosen to ignore them. I only received a response when I threatened legal action. That is actually true. That's the way it looks, because it is true that they didn't respond until I threatened legal action. I would also like some clarification on why it's been a chore to audit the estate and trust. I asked for an audit nearly 2 years ago and it didn't happen. Now I'm asking again and I'm blackballed. If this isn't something you were able to handle, then I want to take it up with someone who is. I expect a phone call from GRF tomorrow. Immediately after that, Jeff Gilman responds, Jamie, my suggestion would be to reach out to Alan Wattenmacher and or Mary Ramsden, the attorneys who handle the estate. Here's their information. They're working remotely, so emailing them would probably be best. And I responded, thanks, Jeff. I appreciate it. I'd like the answer to those questions, though. I expect a phone call still from GRF. This is unacceptable. Gilman responded, Jamie, as my prior email already indicated, please reach out to the estate attorneys. And also, Jamie, you need to speak with the attorneys. They handle the estate, and they are the best people to answer your questions. So I promptly emailed Alan Wattenmacher and Mary Ramsden. I emailed them saying, to whom it may concern, my name is Jamie Bennington. I would like to audit the family estate and trust for wrongful use of funds. I was told by Talinda Bennington that there was no money left in the trust for me. However, this cannot be possible. She has also used the money from the estate and trust to combat people in litigation, people whose actions continue to cause harm. I believe some of this money has been utilized irresponsibly. Thank you for your time. I then call Michael Friedman again, that jerk, in an effort to get some kind of clarity on what was going on, since things were not being spoken about openly. It was very clear that GRF was stalling. They can't say no to the audit, but they can take their time in authorizing it. I have no idea what they would need to stall 13 days for, 18 if you count the weekend. That is June 12th. Michael claimed he had no idea of what was going on, that he didn't even know what was going on with GRF, or that what the state of the finances were. He had no idea how far Talinda was willing to take all of this. We talked about a lot of things. Right out the gate, he told me I was crazy and that I needed help. Tired of hearing that shit. He told me that Talinda wasn't my mother anymore, so why should she want to help me? Yeah, because I disowned her. Why should she help me? Okay. He told me that before anything happened between the two of us, that I should apologize to Talinda. He made me tell the same story I've been telling since day one, 7 times in a row. in hopes I would trip up and start saying something different. He told my family, or he told me that the family ring was not mine, that all of the kids would decide amongst themselves, meaning Tyler, Lily, and Lila, when they were 18, who it belonged to. He told me that I was only interested in the ring for its monetary value. I mean, who is this guy? He literally just got here. Literally just got here. He tried to make me think I was paranoid by telling me that I was making things up. He told me that that Talinda was not doing what it was that I said she was doing. He asked me if I was recording the phone call. He then had me tell the same story again over a dozen times, and on 2 different occasions accused me of lying about the story to Amanda Van Roberts and Alyssa Morse, that I told them totally different stories than what I was telling him. It was so stupid. We discussed the matter, and it's because of Michael Friedman that I got some experience, the experience I would need to talk to Brian Bennington, who tried to gaslight the fucking shit out of me when I talked to him about my paternity. That's Chester's older brother, an alleged abuser. Toby's too. Oh my God, I don't want to fucking talk anymore. But I cannot do this again. We discussed the matter of my inheritance, to which he accused me of being irrational and greedy. Quote unquote, Talinda gave you a house, and have you been grateful for it once since that happened? I'm having trouble understanding how you're poor. You have a $600,000 house. This guy thinks that having a house means you have money. What an idiot. Oh, so you just want money. Who just gets money? He openly dismissed the fact that I am owed money, and that the owed money is not just any money. It's the money that my dead father worked so hard to leave behind for me. And he didn't seem to understand that at all, ever. In fact, he asked me why I didn't just sell the house back to Talinda. So here it is. Michael had the idea before Talinda even asked me if I would sell it to her. After all, then I'd have my money, wouldn't I? Why the fuck would I sell my house? If I have a long... You know how hard it is to find good rent control? If I could live there and it's like a suitable way to live, I wouldn't want to sell my house for the rest of my life. I don't want to be paying for fucking apartments forever. You obviously don't know what a house is. You obviously have been paying for rent your entire life, or you've been living with your parents. Here's what I told Michael, and what I'm telling you about the cabin and the trust money. I am grateful for the cabin, but I never wanted it. When you asked me to take responsibility for it, I said that I didn't want to. I didn't think it was good for a 21-year-old in the last year of their college, having just lost their father, to take on the same property that his father spent his last night in. And let's not forget exactly why that person wasn't there for the last night Chester was at the cabin. It's because he didn't fucking invite me. Sorry. But no, you didn't care about my feelings. You wanted the house, but you couldn't take care of it. So instead of selling it, you pressured me into doing the right thing. And even if that wasn't the case, you gifted me the house. It's not in any way tied to the portion of the trust reserved for me. Let me say this plainly. My father died. That is why I'm entitled to that money. And that is why you don't have a choice but to pay up. Okay, I had a thought right there. That's why I got tangled up. Talinda, real question, all right? Because I'm smart. I get it. Sure, you wanted the house, but you were going to go buy Chester's dream house worth like, what, $6 million? I talked about it in the Breaking the Habit video when I smashed your family portrait. You had millions of dollars when he died. You had enough money to spend that money on a house, be able to live in the area indefinitely with no other additional income stream, okay? But you said you were poor, and you said you were losing money, or you didn't have enough, or whatever. So there was that. That was strange. And so you started getting paid for your 320 operations. Get paid to speak, get paid to show up somewhere. And why then, if we had the house that was his favorite floor plan, you spent all this money, it's going to be in your family for the rest of your life and the next generation of your family. Why wouldn't you just sell Chester's house? Why not then take his house, sell it, get not $500,000 because that's not what it was valued at. It could not have been valued that low because in 2024, not too long after, it was I could have gotten $1 million for it, but I sold it for $777,000 for fun. Okay, and you could have taken that money and gone, okay, which kids do I want to give money to? Split that money up and just give it to the kids. Do you know how that would have saved me? Do you know how much help you could have been during this time if you just did that from the beginning? This cabin is like the equivalent of what I was talking about in the previous live streams of Talinda's pet behavior, where she like won't let it die. It's like, that was such a cool idea. I just had like, yeah, why not sell the house, liquidate the money. I could stay with G for a bit. Then I would have at least $100,000. If I sold it for $7,000 and there's still taxes to pay on that, maybe it'd be closer to $600,000 by the time we're done. And split that even evenly amongst his what? Draven, Tyler, Lily, Lila, Jamie. 5 kids. You can even take a piece of it and break a good chunk out. Just give it to Alyssa and some other people that might be like honorary kids. Give that money to fucking Nathan, Van. But that didn't happen, and now we're here doing this. Just a fun alternate reality idea. Later that evening, I got a text from Michael Friedman. He wrote, talking to Talinda, she has no intentions on shutting down those bills. She is going to carry that responsibility through the end of 2020. And that is per your request at the financial meeting, apparently. I wasn't there, obviously, just the messenger. Sheila apparently wrote you an email that has some financial information in it. If you didn't get it, let me know and they will resend it. They all will also resend you a copy of your health insurance card. Real quick before I move on, isn't it interesting? We have Amanda Van Roberts, who served me, Roxanne Badawala, who wanted to mediate, both friends of Talinda Bennington's. We have Michael talking for Talinda as well, and we have Dane talking for Talinda when he gets on her phone in July, which is a little after this, but she literally is using the people around her to talk to me, through me, right? I say through me because I'm the connection, right? Isn't that interesting? And here she is saying she'll take the responsibility through 2020, but it should be through almost the end of 2021. And also, all of a sudden this guy's got one-to-one contact with Sheila Sermani at GRF. I don't. I know your conversation got heated. At least you know I have emotion, right? Let's move forward and treat each other with respect. I told him he was an emotionless prick. You're a great brother. I see that. And I like you. I know you are upset and you feel abandoned. Talinda has no desire in making your life difficult. Literally, that's not what she said. She doesn't want to keep your brother and sisters from you either. Relationships can be repaired if you want them to be. Talinda doesn't want this to happen either. She's hurting too. So Alyssa had a totally different answer to that than Michael did. And Talinda is the one they're getting the answers from. And Talinda said something very different in her recollection of what she thought should have been said, right? Isn't that strange? So the narrative is all over the place. Multiple people are involved. Talinda is not synchronized with any of them, but she's telling them things. And she's also sending her own fucking messages which don't convey that information. She literally said, She's not financially or emotionally supporting me anymore. She said she was going to throw the bills at me. That's crazy. She doesn't want to keep your brother and your sisters from you either. She literally said that she was going to do it. She said it right here. If you want a relationship with me, you cannot speak ill of me, no matter how much you hate me. You don't get to talk to my kids that way. Right here. Where's that line? I swear she said it. She said, I spoke with a therapist and we agreed that they should take a break from you. Where is it? It's okay, I'm moving forward now. Oh yeah, right there. The therapist and I told them they need to have a break from you for a while. And you had Amanda literally tell me that I was not allowed to see them except for under supervised visits. That is you trying to keep the kids from me. Yes, it is. So like 3 times already you've contradicted yourself in that one expression. So strange. Okay. Relationships can be repaired. She doesn't want this to be happening. She's hurting too, but she's literally the only reason this is happening. I had not received an email from Sheila concerning my insurance and all that, so I said I haven't heard back about the audit. As I stated previously, I expected a call informing me of the process, as well as to the questions posed by my initial email. I did not receive one. I was also told that I would receive an email with some important financial information along with my health insurance. I haven't received that either. Talinda supposedly spoke with you about this information, so I'm surprised you have not received it yet. As of yesterday, I approached the estate attorneys with no response. If I don't hear back from them tomorrow, I will be taking legal action. In response to that, I received an automated message from Sheila saying that she took a PTO day just for June 11th. It just didn't make any sense. I was like, okay, you guys are literally just making this up for the problem. Like, you just don't want to answer me. Then Jeff responded, as we previously informed you, all the questions you have regarding the estate will be addressed through Wattenmacher's office. And then Sheila sent me the medical insurance and the cost breakdown. So do you guys want to know what she was throwing down on me? So every month, in perpetuity, $63 for pest control, $90 for APS. Why? I have no idea. It shouldn't be that high. $130, one a month for internet. Ugh. $325 a month for the car payment, which was due $11,705. That's the remaining balance. Insurance premium for homeowners insurance is $4,710 plus excess flood insurance, which is about $1,000. And there's property taxes due at in October of this year. Literally, this is June. In October of this year, 2020, would be $1,715. I could not afford that, no fucking way. And she was gonna make me pay. This is the breakdown. Literally, what did Michael just text me? That she didn't plan on doing any of that. But then here it is, a breakdown of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 items that are hella expensive. Including her giving me the car payments, which is a thing she bought for me, which she hasn't paid off yet. Not with the $6 million that she had to buy a fucking mansion with. Now, behind all of this, I started on June 8th, I started receiving texts from my siblings who were not told that I wasn't allowed to talk to them. I didn't tell Lily and Lila, but I thought Talinda might. She said she did. But they're texting me like they're allowed to talk to me, and I don't want to talk to them. I end up actually having a conversation with Lila. Because she calls, and like I said, I see them as my siblings, but also like I can't abandon a child like that. And so I finally answered, and she was like, this is the "you're sick like daddy" story. She literally told me that Talinda told everybody that I was violent, aggressive, some other words she uses here, just like started painting this picture, and then was like, but he's sick like daddy, so it's okay. Ugh. And then here it is. Here's Dane again. Oh yeah, here it is. Curious as to whether or not you might have changed our rules of engagement. I unblocked your phone number to see if you'd left any messages. You did not. I then asked Dane what was going on. He sent me a screenshot of a text message from you, June 9th, the day after I received those messages from the girls. Can you please pass this to Jamie, ... I want to be very clear. I am not keeping your siblings from you. Think what you want about me, but know that Lila is trying to get a hold of you. So I answered the Lila phone call partly because I was told to as well. Like I got permission. I said, Dane said, okay, I will screenshot this. I responded to Dane, she's just going to use the kids against me. I can't text her back or Lila, it's too risky. Talinda's already saying I have no inheritance. She's consulted a lawyer. There's no way I trust her not to use them against me. Thanks for passing that on though. He said, you're welcome, sent me an emoji. I'm not allowed to speak with them or see them without your supervision. That's what she said. That's what the law will say. So sorry, but you're stuck with the responsibility. I don't want to put you in the middle of that. Dane said, I'm not trying to be in the middle. However, I am willing to help you. I said, it's fine. She's a liar and a manipulator. Talinda has a history of spying on people through text messaging and direct messaging on social media to promote her case in court. She is also scared of me saying something about that to her kids, and what I have said, and is scared that what I have said will get them taken away from her, that she has set a lawyer on me, her closest friend, to serve me over the phone. I don't know, I'm supposed to believe that she has, with no warning whatsoever, just suddenly taken back those restrictions put between me and the kids from the kindness of her heart. I don't think so. She's just trying to find another way in, another way to condemn me, silence me. Talinda can take any of the texts I send the girls and with enough context twist those into something criminal on my part, probably win against me in court and crush me financially. If she gets her way, I will be living on the street with nothing to my name. Those kids aren't anything but tools to her, and it's disgusting. What's crazy is this was all hypothetical. But by August next year of 2021, Talinda will literally do that to me. She will literally do that to me. Those are the 3 emails I read last year. I just keep hoping you guys find the way to work this out. Then help. Wouldn't that be nice if she acted like an adult for once in her life? It's too bad I'm always stuck being the adult. It's too bad I'm always... I keep repeating lines. I think the text is being weird. It's too bad that I'm always stuck being the adult. It would have been cool to have been a kid at some point in my life, but I'll hold the world up as I always do. What a bitch. He put a heartbreak emoji. You're helping so much. It's cool. I'll handle it. Not trying to be a dick, but I do wish you had more to say in all of this. I just don't want to be caught up in it, I don't want Talinda to talk to Talinda on any regular basis. A lot of what is being said I'm unfamiliar with, even though I told him everything. Remember, I went to his house. I've been out on my own thing. Or maybe I haven't said that yet, but I've been out on my own thing. My love for you isn't going to change. I want you guys to work through this. I said, I understand. Now, before I dig into my response to your email/letter and address some of how this whole thing was handled, I want to touch on the conversation we had in January about me returning to the family after my month-long hiatus, which ended up only actually being 2 weeks. I want to fully understand why I am what I'm about to say next. Our mother-son relationship is over. What follows is the beginning of the last you will ever hear from me. I said this. During the year, she said that I was becoming less and less coherent and more aggressive and threatening. I sent this to her in June of 2020. She's literally lying through her fucking teeth. I said, I don't want to talk to you anymore. In January, I fled from you. I spent the better part of a month avoiding all contact with you on the basis that you were emotionally abusive. This fact remains true. You are emotionally abusive. You are also psychologically abusive. The night of your wedding, my brother beat the shit out of me. At first, I thought that you just didn't know. After all, you were suffering a very serious self-made back injury. However, it became clear that you, in fact, were aware of what happened. After Isaiah had embarrassed the family in his naked drunken stupor, Tyler had gone to you and Michael to let you know what had happened. He had reportedly asked why nobody was helping me and why Isaiah was allowed to do some of the things that he was doing. And you said nothing in my defense. When I was locked in that hotel room for multiple days, it never crossed your mind to have anyone come check on me. You never asked me if I was okay. Things remained the same for nearly a month. That is until I confronted you about what happened. When I did confront you, I was surprised to hear you confess to regularly manipulating me both emotionally, psychologically, and physically in an effort to control the outcomes of my often violent and verbal and physical confrontations I'd have with various family members, including Isaiah and Chester. In other words, quote unquote, and this is what I remember them saying, remember I wrote this immediately, the easiest one to shut up, as in you are the easiest one to shut up, and if you stop talking about it, it usually went away. Who is easier to deal with in the long run, you or your brother? I apologize and I accept it. I believed and still do that you were being, you or your brother. You apologized to Linda, and I accepted it. I believed and still do that you were being sincere. Most people are when they're caught out. However, my final resolution to you was this. I would only involve myself in the family if the line was never crossed again. If it was crossed, I would personally remove myself from the situation. I deserved better, and you agreed. And so that is what I'm doing. I no longer want anything to do with being your right hand, if that's what you can even call it, seeing as though everything I've said or done on behalf of the family as the oldest son has been overruled, circumvented, and sneakily double-crossed. I will no longer allow myself to be a convenient tool at your disposal. You once spoke to me about the two of us being the only people who will ever know what we've been through, what it was like to be unable to rest or unable to grieve. You told me that we had to do this together, protect the family, never let anything break us apart. And I want you to understand that I never asked for any of this. I did not do any of this. No matter how badly you want me to believe that I did, I supported you without question for almost a decade. I've defended you publicly and privately. I've been the biggest supporter of your endeavors as a pioneer of the mental health space through 320 Changes Direction. I've dropped my life, everything in my life, on many occasions to be there for you in person, to help you solve issues or pick up messes that you create. That is not going to happen again. The truth is, and you know it, that I have thought as deeply as a person can about the consequences of such a thing as sexual abuse. I have done nothing wrong in this situation. As I have said before, you accuse me of being rash, irresponsible, endangering, and thoughtless about the whole thing, but you know more than anyone that this is not true and it could never be. When you have problems that need solving and you want to know what all the possible outcomes are and you want to know all the possible sides of a given narrative, who do you come to? You come to me. When someone has wronged you and you need help navigating those feelings, who do you go to? You come to me. The reality of the situation is that I have not and never have been careless about the problems that our family faces. That is why you have me deal with our family, Susan, John, Toby, Samantha, Draven Church. You probably know more than anyone how much I actually do think about the things that I say and act. I refuse to take this lightly. With that being said, I think I owe apologies, just not to you. I said it. I fucking said that shit. 2020. And they're like, he came into my house. Why the fuck would I come into your house? Your lifestyle disgusts me. The way that you choose to be disgusts me. I had to be scooped up with a shovel, thrown into the front seat, and driven away from your house after July 5th. That's how little I wanted to actually be in the energy. But you're saying I'm asking for it? Mm-mm. These are a few points I'd like to make in relation to the material above. First, I would like to acknowledge the fact that I did not have to come to you with the feelings of this lost trauma that I had. You have said that I have threatened your safety, your children's safety, and put everything at risk by pursuing this issue. However, I sat with my feelings for upwards of 14 hours before speaking with you about the voicemail that you left. I had the message reviewed by Bella and Alyssa multiple times, discussed all of the possible consequences that could result from something like this being true. I even had Amanda Van Roberts and Roxanne Badawala take a look at this. And for what? For what am I doing all of this? Ask yourself, why would your son, someone who spent 9 months on the 320 Festival working for free, helping you to achieve your goals of mental illness and mental health awareness for every person on the planet, suddenly abandon you with no warning and set your career on fire? Why would your son, who moved to California not only to chase his dreams, but also to give your kids a positive role model after the passing of their father, our father, go out of his way to take those children from you? I was trying to keep them with you. Silly. I was trying to hold the family together. But you forgot what the blended family was, didn't you? You forgot the glue. You forgot what it was. Why would your son, the eldest of the family, who has only ever protected and supported this family, even at a detriment, at a sacrifice to him, be so eager to destroy all those ties for good over a feeling? I wouldn't. It makes no sense. I didn't have to be objective or thoughtful. I could have done any number of disastrous things. For example, if I was being reckless, I might say something like, and discredit you by doing so, Talinda's a drug addict who had a sexual fetish for her stepson, Jamie. But I didn't. Instead, I came to you, Talinda, calm and collected, addressed the feelings I had and my concerns toward the traumas I openly admitted I couldn't remember, the struggles you knew I was dealing with, the memory loss, the gender exploration, the trauma. And you knew I was changing my language this whole time. You knew I was learning how to speak emotions. That's why we're having a falling out right now, is because I did the work over the years. And when it came time for us to stand and meet each other in the eye, you literally folded. And then you folded again. And we'll see. Will you fold again? Look me in the eyes. Please. Second, both you and Alyssa have both fucking you and Alyssa, Talinda and Alyssa, used the fact that I was under the influence. Oh, this just makes me so mad. Second, both you and Alyssa, Talinda and Alyssa, have used the fact that I was under the influence of a dose of psilocybin mushrooms as a basis for discrediting me, claiming that because I was high, I had no means of thinking rationally about my situation. Alyssa also falsely accused accused psilocybin of creating false emotions and memories, and because of this, I wasn't to be trusted. Psilocybin mushrooms create false memories, and because of that, I can't be trusted. That is inaccurate. Psilocybin mushrooms are scientifically proven to treat depression by way of retraining the brain to process emotion more efficiently. What does cause false memory, however, as well as memory loss, is Ambien. Your substance addiction, your dependency, which you have a history of abusing. You refuse to go to sleep after ingesting this drug, which is why you don't remember the phone call or the voicemail and have to be reminded by Alyssa. To be clear, this is not an accusation, it is a fact. You have driven on Ambien, spoken odd things to people while on Ambien, also burned down the house almost. I remember Chester and Talinda almost burned down the house together on Ambien. You make mass purchases without being aware of doing so on Ambien. And all these things are done with a laugh and a wave like it's a joke, but it is serious. This is not the first time we've talked about this. This behavior has been regular for 5 to 7 years. By 2020, this was 5 to 7 years. In the voicemail you left, you were clearly high. Your speech was slurred. You had trouble coming up with words you wanted to say. You claim it was a CBD gummy that Kashi Walmer gave you, but that doesn't make sense. I've experienced recently CBD and THC as a means of finding tools to help me through my exposure therapy that I'm developing for myself. And I can tell you that that's not what CBD or THC are capable of doing. They don't cause memory loss. Therefore, the gummy you were given must not have been the drug you thought it was, or the person you thought was administering it to you thought it was. The drug was paired with an Ambien. And when we spoke about this, when I addressed this problem with you, that you tend to forget you've taken Ambien, you told me that you could count your pills so you could be certain if you took one or not. Before that, I convinced you that you should throw them away. You said you believed something like that could have happened. So, have you thrown away your pills yet? That's a good question. Never got an answer. Please hear me when I ask you to stop using Ambien as a child who grew up in the environment of substance dependency. You do not need it anymore. It hasn't been good for you in a long time. If you are using it for anxiety, please take the time to meditate. The practice of mindful meditation has done amazing things for my anxiety and my depression. What is best is that it costs nothing but your time, which you have a lot of. Third, a few months ago, I expressed the fact that I was having trouble remembering parts of my childhood following Xander's funeral. Seven informed me that a man named Todd, who she did not like, had attended Xander's funeral. I asked her who he was. She was surprised to find that I did not remember him or his family. We had lived with him for roughly a year when I was left with John and Sophie. I remembered the house and some of the adventures we had there, but for the most part, my memories involve only my cousins, my aunt, my uncle. Seven told me then shocking sexual abuse had been acted out in that house, that the behavior found its way into the house that my aunt and uncle built for themselves, and that it was someone in Todd's family who had done it, not Todd himself. I couldn't remember what Todd looked like. Apparently, I had seen him at the funeral, possibly had even spoken with him, yet no matter what I did, I couldn't remember his face. What I did remember was a series of concerning memories I had during our time at his house. Seven making two Barbie dolls of the same sex perform sex acts on each other. There was cross-dressing, waking up naked in my own bed with my clothes all over the floor, and the development of a series of debilitating anxious tics, amongst other things. Now, the night of the Hollywood Bowl concert, Isaiah had a freakout in which he falsely claimed that someone on the street attempted to rape him. I would say falsely because it may have happened, but just not there. I went and looked, and nobody was there. The person he claimed that he had hurt and was the person he claimed had attempted to rape him. So, okay. No one knew what he was talking about. I thought that this assault may have actually occurred when we were at Todd's house or at John and Sophie's house. However, I never pointed a finger at Todd for being the cause of all this pain. I never once claimed that he did anything to me or that he had done anything to my siblings. But I could have. Isaiah's account of being assaulted, paired with Seven's knowledge of the abuse that occurred under both roofs, and my concerning memories of the time, are enough for most people to, make them point their finger. But I didn't do that. Instead, I have acknowledged the fact that I do have many memories of my time at Todd's house, and that until I did have more of those memories, I do not have many memories. The memories that I do have are not enough. And until I did have the memories, that I would not be blaming anyone for anything, not my feelings toward the unfined child trauma. I have afforded you to Linda the same respect during this entire ordeal. If I wouldn't do it to Todd, why would I ever do that to you? And that's true. I'm very, very careful. I'm a very careful person. In response to your email, from the very beginning, I have been very careful to describe my emotions as being thoughts and feelings. I have never once claimed to know something. How could I? I don't have memories of the vast majority of the trauma I faced growing up. and therefore could not and would not blame you or accuse you for anything because I don't know. This is a point that I have returned to dozens and dozens of times in my self-defense against you. You continue to claim that I, in fact, accused you of some form of assault, but I have not. Some kind of abuse, but I have not. You won't convince me that I have. And to be honest, I don't care what you think. You've turned something very personal and profound into a nightmare situation that never had to happen. You did not have to tell the girls that I lied about you and that I could have them taken away. You did not have to tell Tyler the entire story. You did not have to cut me off financially or sever my contact between the two of us or go outside of the family to an attorney. You did not have to destroy my relationship with my siblings, but you did. These are all lies. You know they are. For you to take my trauma and my trust and twist it into some irrational attack on your character, Talinda, is totally unacceptable. Imagine that your son Tyler goes to someone to tell them about his childhood trauma, and instead of them listening to him, the person that he trusted to tell starts using that information. Decides that Tyler's trauma is less important than the self-imposed fixation on a largely unrelated past of their own. You wouldn't have that done to him, would you? You wouldn't want Tyler to go talk to somebody and for that person to suddenly take it so personally that it becomes all about them and they just take that away from him. You wouldn't want that, would you? Well, you did that to me. About the money you sent to Trilogy and I for the ring, we both were on the phone when we received it, and we both told you multiple times we didn't want you to send that money, that we wanted to marry ourselves the way we wanted to be married. And you told us we were wrong, that we needed to do an event, that we needed to buy a nice ring. So I kept the money so you'd shut the hell up about it. But we never wanted it. You forced your will onto us, just like you did with Danielle on that date. You didn't think twice about it the same way that you did when I brought the stuff to your house instead of throwing it in the street and told you about it, and you told me you'd never help me again. You projected your feelings toward marriage and romance, feelings I never agreed with, onto us despite the fact that we didn't agree with them. You did the same thing, here we are, when you renovated my apartment the night of my first date in California. Second date, actually. You bulldozed everything I thought was important. You transplanted your idea of what was right for me. Don't you remember me asking you, stop taking these things down, quit bringing them in? You just kept piling them on. I told you I'd throw them in the street if you didn't, and they ended up in your front yard. You told me I was ungrateful. You told me you would never do anything for me again. You did the same thing with the cabin. If you were going to do something nice for someone, then do it. For them. Do things they want to do. Don't force them to do things you want to do and then get mad that they don't want to do it and don't appreciate being forced to do it. That's not called generosity or kindness. It's called being selfish. You have it in writing that, Talinda, you have it in writing that I have it in writing that you, Talinda, refuse to financially support me anymore, knowing full well that I cannot sustain those car payments, the house payments, insurance premiums, and more. I have it in writing from Sheila that those are the items you wish to transfer. You always hold money over my head, right? Because what I'm saying is that Michael said she wasn't going to do it. And then she sent me the list, and it was on the list. All this stuff is still on the list. The contradiction. You've always held money over my head. I wanted to pay for my college tuition. You refused. Chester refused. Then when I disagreed with something you said in the slightest, you threatened to take all that money away, knowing that I was a full-time student with no job and no savings. You offered to buy me a car because you knew I couldn't afford one. You did it in 2017, and then you literally made me pay for the last $11,000 of it. You're trying to make me do that. You threatened to cut me off financially until I request an audit. And then all of a sudden, as soon as I'm asking GRF if I can audit for a wrongful use of funds, Michael's over there saying, she never said that she was going to do that, dude. Like, it's totally like, You only responded the same way Sheila only responded after I threatened legal action. Same thing. You're not being very sly here. You have written that you have every intention to put those bills on me, to lay that debt on me. Throughout this entire process, Alyssa and Michael have intentionally gone out of their way to insinuate that I'm mentally unstable, as if somehow that bars you from being responsible for your actions. Regardless, I'm fully lucid. This document shows that if anyone is unstable, it's you. You are the one who lives in a mausoleum to your dead husband and can't find the time to return to the cabin your son worked so hard to upkeep for you these last 3 years, so that one day you could come back and make your peace. You're the one who initially took too high of a dose of her pain meds the morning of her flight to her destination wedding, forgot what she was there for, or had to be wheeled through the hospital. You're the one who got married despite heavy resistance, in the last place you saw your dead husband alive with your kids. You're the one who stopped your wedding to ogle at a rainbow appearing in the sky, claiming Chester was there to support you when your freaking partner was in the middle of the ceremony with you. You're the one who stood idle as her younger son beat the shit out of her oldest son and didn't care when that oldest son went AWOL for a month, never thought to check in. You're the one who admitted to Linda to emotionally, psychologically, and physically manipulating that oldest son for the most of your relationship with them because they were the path of least resistance. You're the one who turned Jamie's trauma into an attack on you, despite all of the things they did for you and are telling you they're doing for you. You're the one who shattered the relationship that Jamie had with these kids because you wanted control. The one who is using her dead husband's hard-earned money to consult lawyers against his oldest son, someone who's never done anything to her. The one who is willingly and knowingly stranding that son with severe abandonment challenges, financially and emotionally, in an effort to bully them into submission, expecting this to have no long-lasting effects, and doing it all during a global pandemic. I have been extremely lenient with you in the past, always holding family over everything else. I see that was probably pretty dumb of me. It's very clear, and I don't mean very much to you at all. Then again, all I had to do was look back. Didn't take this situation for me to recognize. All I had to do was just look at our relationship. Family is supposed to be the people who empower you and amplify you. Not because they want something out of it, but because that's what they want to do. Trilogy's family. You sold out for a quick buzz, honey. I don't think you know how CPS works. As a child who has dealt with them twice and known people who have dealt with them, I think it's odd that someone as smart as you, someone who's versed in veterinary medicine, complex property, and estate law, someone with Google at their disposal, can't seem to figure out how the child protective system works. It's not that it's easy for kids to get in, it's that it's hard for kids to get out. That's what I've noticed. The only clear answer is that you did all of this because you could. The damage that you just, the things you laid to waste, cross off the days. It's very clear that you did all of that because you could. Not because you had to, because you wanted to. Whether you're guilty or not doesn't matter. You just wanted to hurt me because you wanted to hurt me and you could. You always do that. You did all this. I didn't do this. I don't hate you. I wish the best for you. You've broken my friggin' heart. And I hope that you understand that there are consequences for your words. You can't say whatever you want whenever you want. This time you've permanently crossed a line. That's my severance letter. June 20th. Or June 12th, 2020. So there's no way at any point in her narrative for this DV fucking RO was I in 2020 as unstable as she said I was and There's no way that I was in her house doing what she said I was doing. No way. At some point in this, I did tell Dane what was going on. I told him everything. And he still chose to be the way he is. Literally, I tell him about it. I'm at the lake spreading his parents' ashes with him. I meet the father's side of Trilogy's family. It's the first time we see their sister in a long time. We had a big falling out when we all met earlier that in winter of 2019. Stimulus check. Weird glitches in the matrix. Expanding my world theory, which would become my metaphysical theory. There's some stress coming into my relationships for sure. Oh, freaking Charlie Collin. On the 24th, the song I was producing with Slaves to Humanity, Charlie Collin came through, the bassist from Train, and he stole that shit for years now. It wasn't until recently that I'm Alive was released. Charlie passed recently too, which I didn't know. I recently found out. I had no idea when it happened. Rest in peace, but he was not nice to me, man. He came over, stole my producer job, stole the song I was working on, all the way for like 2 years now, a year and a half. We started to break phones more often, which is really strange. July happens. We're in July now. Oh yeah, July, 4th of July. 4th of July was crazy. So Abby Snapchatted me from Talinda's house. And it showed me that Devin, Valerie, Abby, and Dane, so Dane and his daughters, were at Talinda's house for the 4th of July. So I hit up Dane and I was like, dude, what the fuck? Why am I getting Snapchats from Abby that you guys are at Talinda's house? You even just told me you don't want to speak to her regularly. You don't want to be in the middle of any of this. So what, you literally just threw me like to the side? You're just pretending I don't exist now? And he was not sympathetic at all. Nothing from his side. Talinda took his phone and talked to me through the text. This is all just a big fat fucking power trip. She's just being weird to be weird. She knows I don't want to talk to her. We just read everything we read. This is after that letter, right? On the 4th of July, she comes through. She says she's so apologetic that she wishes she could fix it all. That I tell her, this is a violation of the boundaries. It's incredibly inappropriate. I don't want to speak to her. And I tell Dane I don't want to speak to him anymore. I stood up for that man. She literally contracted him into this relationship. He's literally, by the way, doing the thing he said he didn't want to do by allowing her to be speaking through his phone. That's why I told him I wouldn't be his friend anymore. It's just like so fucking like possessed. Like that's what I say. Like this is some gnarly stuff, man. I start getting back into Talis Valhije again. I was upset about the episode that I was in, but I'm trying to be more accountable. I was able to get out by being more accountable. I started rewriting stuff from like a year ago on Talis Valhije. And that was tough because it brought back a lot of feelings from last year in 2019. I got my job at Sam's Club. I meet more of Bella's family. We opened up our relationship to polyamory already, and G's on their first date with Josue. And then here it is. I call Anna Shinoda, who's been a mentor of mine and a confidant for since 2017. Someone I go to for ethical conversations and insight and support. I call her and tell her what happened between me and Talinda. And at first she's like, oh my God, like that's terrible. Like this is a totally different situation than it was the next time. She's like, oh, this is just so awful. Like, yeah, Talinda's not a great friend. She's very self-centered. Like, she says that Talinda was a poor friend to her, doesn't really seem to care about her unless she's relevant to Talinda somehow. That they aren't friends, basically. And which is odd because, 320 just happened, but okay. And so I tell her what happened, and she's there for me. And we continue to have a relationship for like the next year. We continue to build into that relationship. We're doing quality tests for the A-Chance score. That's awesome. I'm finally getting paid for... Finally, on the 31st, I got paid the grade A splits. Months of just being dragged through it. Months of being dragged through the Soul Song payment process. And yet, here we are. We finally got paid for the splits. Sean Dowdell put them aside in July of 2017, and I finally got them in July of 2020. Yeah, I'm listening to Iris by Jaden while I'm at work, while reading books on polyamory, and listening to Tyler, the Creator, reading Haruki Murakami, 1QA4. It's a real interesting time. Literally, this is July. I literally got a job during the month that she said I entered into her house against her better wishes and threatened her and tried to steal her kids. I'm literally working in Flagstaff. It's impossible. And then I go through this crazy problem. So a chant goes through this editing process, but Mike is injured and it gets gnarly. And then on the other side, while I'm working, I'm doing my job, and then I'm dialing in the final product for a chant. Like I said, we're doing quality tests, we're doing edits, and then I'm building out my album then, which is the first EP I released. Well, first singer-songwriter EP I released. I'd released like 5 or 6 different EPs up until this point that are all musical, like concert or film and television. And I realized I'm never going to be able to finish these. The film's never going to be what I want it to be. It's going to be as close as it can get. I'm never going to finish those albums. Most likely, I'm about to die in the sense that like my art life is about to stop happening. So I was like, okay, I'll put all the songs that I had made for then, mix them together, throw them off into then. And then Mike had a surgery. He slipped a disc. He was a wildland firefighter like me. Like I said, he's a friend of Alan Sinclair's. And he slipped a disc, and he had surgery done by somebody who had not completed their residency. And they destroyed his back. He was no longer able to do the editing. So I went through a process of trying other editors. We had like 5 or 6 total editors for a chant. Until finally, Mike was just like, you know what, give it to me. We're doing sound, we're doing color, we're doing the edit, and that's it. And we're just going to power through it. Meanwhile, his wife was running my Airbnb through their company, PMI. So I started getting into other editors, working on my music. My 1-year anniversary is coming up with Trilogy, so I'm writing songs for them. CTV3 is released by Jaden on the 28th of August. At this point, saliva tests and COVID tests are a big deal. And I get sick. So at the end of August, I get super sick. And there's not much to this left, by the way. In August, I get really sick. On my day off, we were going to the Humane Society to adopt a dog. And I really wanted a dog. And I got sick. On the way there, I started losing consciousness. And then I was like, I gotta go home. We didn't even make it. We turned around, go back home. I'm unconscious for like a whole week. It's crazy. I have like, if there were 10 symptoms of COVID, I have 9 of them. Okay? And I'm just unconscious. But I pull myself out of unconsciousness to call Sam's Club and let them know I'm sick. I go through the process of officiating my leave of absence, and it goes through. And I leave multiple messages with my floor manager, who's very hard to get, or my produce manager, which is very hard to get a hold of, and the floor manager. Sometimes I'd be on the phone for so long, the phone would literally just turn off. But I did get messages in, and I did get the formal leave. I forget when it happens, and in case it doesn't happen in the timeline, in September, I think it might have happened. I go back to work, and I had already had a challenging time with the produce manager, Renee, at the time, and she was like working us like nobody's business. There were 2 of us in produce, and we didn't have proper equipment, and there was a lot going on. By the way, tons of weird produce mishaps during COVID, like smashed produce, displaced produce, very interesting. Produce having a hard time getting places. That was a very insightful moment in my life where I saw that happen in real time. I was like, oh, that's what that looks like. Okay. And I do my whole first day back. At the very end of the day, Jamie, come into the office. The floor manager and the produce manager team up. And they're like, yeah, so you didn't call at all while you were sick? At all? Not even one time? And so, because of that, and because you were in your 90-day review period, they called me in for a 60-day review. For that 90-day period, you violated the terms of your contract with this company. So, like, you're going to have to leave. And, like, if you're not gone in, like, 5-10 minutes, we're going to call the police. And I was like, what? And right then and there, I knew, obviously, I had been fired on retaliation. I had told them not to treat us like animals. And then when I was sick, the managers who took my calls were the ones who ganged up on me. And so they must have very clearly had a thing that they were trying to do. I went through a process. They owed me like easily $5,000 worth of back wages. And for the time that I was sick, because I didn't work, but I was sick because they worked me so hard. And it wasn't COVID, it was fatigue. And it was an emotional purge. And I got to the top of that chain, wherever it is at corporate. And like the head of Sam's Club, fucking Walmart, whoever the fuck that is, I talked to the person at the head of this chain. They told me there was no way I was going to win in the litigation. He laughed at me and said I could try, but there's no way I was going to win. And that I'm wasting my time. And I asked for evidence that other people doing similar things, and he said he was never going to help me. And so that's how that ended. So yeah, you tell me I can't hold a job, Talinda? Yeah, yeah, that was my choice for sure. Yeah. 1 year anniversary's coming up on the 5th, 20th. G starts feeling the weight of some of the challenges we're facing, and they need time alone at the cabin. It's fair. We finally complete a chant, color, and sound. It's back to Mike. My 1 year anniversary on the 20th. I released then on the 23rd. My first album was released on the 23rd of September in 2020. After everything that's been going on, after all that I've been going through, I still finishing my movie, putting out my album, sending that shit all the way. And then finally on October 1st, let's see, 2020, Talinda reaches out to me and she says, it's through email, and she says, Jamie, I was opening some old mail I found in a random stack I came across. It was yours. I opened it on accident, not realizing that it was yours. I received your mail here, but I forwarded it to the cabin. It's been a while since I've received mail for you. They were dated in April, but they look important. But you probably already have new copies anyways. I also wrote you a note saying that the lease to your car is up soon. I was misinformed about that. Your car is not leased, and I will have it paid off by the summer of 2013. It is currently October 2020. And signing the title over to you, since I told you I would buy your car for you and gifting it to you entirely. In your previous email, you made it clear I control you with money, and the money I spent, in parentheses, college tuition and home goods, etc., offended you and created resentment. In the situation with your car, I would like to pay off your car. I plan on doing that unless you feel that you want to help pay it off. In that case, you can take it over if you want. In the meeting with the attorneys and the financial team, when you received the title to the house, I said that you would need to pay your cabin taxes and bills at some point in the future. You said it would be in 2021, so that's what it will be. I have attached here your cabin's utility and tax bill. You have until February of 2020 to transfer the utilities into your name. It's October. If you have not done this by then, I will remove my name from the utilities and thus close those accounts. You will need to then make your own utility accounts. I assume some of them have been transferred already, if not all of them. I also sent you a copy of last year's tax bill. This new one will be due at the same month this year, so make sure that you pay that. Please do not hesitate to kindly reach out if you have further questions. In conclusion, here is the info and the timelines you need. I hope that we can work through this awful situation we're in. I'm sorry to have hurt you, and I hope you can forgive me. I'm sorry for making you feel like I abandoned you, and thank you for reaching back out to Lila. It really made her day. I will not hold you hostage with your feelings any longer through a necessary business email. There are a couple things about this email that are weird. She has my mail from April. It's October. That's 4th month versus the 10th month. She says she's been forwarding my mail though, so somehow that just didn't happen. Okay, maybe. She says they're important, but I might have gotten new documents. I think that's funny. It's like, how was I supposed to know I needed new documents if I didn't receive the renewal notice? Huh? She says, after being the one to purchase my car, that, and specifically because she didn't want me to have to lease vehicles anymore, she bought me a car. She tells me she was misinformed about the lease situation because my car's not leased, that she'll have it paid off by the summer of 2013. 2013. Summer of 2013. I don't know if that's a message or something, but that is a specific time in Chester's life. I don't know. That would have been, so the summer of 2013 is when Chester almost disowned me. But I thought that was funny. She says that in my last email, the one with the severance letter, that she clearly could tell that what she spent on me, the college tuition and home goods, is something that offended me and created resentment. That's not what I said. I said the way that you use your money and the way that you're using the money against me and all that fun stuff, it causes resentment and it is offensive. They're going to pay off the car, but just in case I was maybe thinking I wanted to, if I wanted to take up the payments, I could. And then here she gives a weird date, February 2020. Again, it's October. It's strange. She's going to have the utilities, she's going to take her utility accounts and close them by February, but she must mean 2021. There's a correction. Correction, that same day, a few minutes later, you have until February 2021. Okay. I said, okay, I'll call and let them know the changes that will be made by November of 2021. I will not be paying for the car. That is your responsibility. Thank you for filling me in. I think. It's great what communication can accomplish. Working on Deviltown. Crimson River, I fully rewrote that. We're doing a table read soon. I'm just checking on Deviltown. I'm not involved. I just wanted to see how it progressed beyond the point I was involved. I do my Amanda Webster interview and start scheduling interviews through Amanda for a number of interesting interactions. Like the Crooked Illness podcast, for example, the Fifth Dimension podcast, things like that. I learned about BPD at the end of October on Halloween, actually. Because on Halloween, we ended up doing a get-together. We participated in a community drive where we volunteered, giving people Christmas stuff or, stuff for the holidays. And I met somebody that knew our partner and G's best friend, Josue, who was a social worker in training as well. and they told me about borderline personality disorder, and I started learning all about that. I'd never seen anything so close to my description. I was like, yeah, that sounds like me, and I researched a lot of it, and even fine-tuned my therapy that I was developing for myself to meet the needs. So I started getting into that. There's the Trump and Biden election. What a fucking nightmare. I might get a job with a production crew, but it's unlikely. It ends up falling out. It doesn't work. Here on November 20th, Rise by Willow and Genevieve Harrison. Amazing album. Also, Genevieve has good music that's just theirs. I'm trying to get outside more often. I had that call with Brad on the 24th. And on the same day of that call, apparently, Samantha published her book, Falling Love Notes, Memories of a Rockstar Life, in which she censors my narrative, claimed it was for my own benefit so I could tell my own story later, and then later, after saying that, took away my ability to actually do that, just the way she took away the option for therapy. So I talked to Brad, and this was the last conversation. So I've already talked about this before, but this is that conversation that I had with Brad. So I already had developed my relationship with Anna. I had developed my relationship with the Delsons because I had gotten my production internship on the Warner Brothers lot, the Berlanti Productions internship through Brad's wife. Here's Brad calling me and talking to me. I told him about what was going on with Talinda. And he said, you're one of the strongest people I've ever met. After everything you've been through, it's a wonder that you're even at this level. You know, a lot of people have a hard time staying here or even finding their way back. You know, I suggest that you find a therapist, but I'm proud of you. You keep pushing. And that's legitimately like the last time that Brad and I ever talked. So he knew about what Talinda was doing at this time. Bradford Delson. So did Anna and likely Mike Shinoda. We're breaking Crimson River. I release a bunch of my A through Z series, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I begin advancing my journaling, which began as my automatic drawing practice. I expanded to journaling, which is how these timelines became a thing. I do my song by song Backstagers Diana interview, which was awesome. Apparently, they were really cool. They're a really cool person. They're one of the least strange interactions. They were at the Strange 80s benefit. They've been following me on SoundCloud for years. She never referred to me as Chester or ever really made me feel like I was being compared. It's very cool. There's so many fun little quests in here. I'm just trying to make it through to the Talinda stuff. Some really cool meditations on the nature of time and existence, the body as an artifice for interaction. We start teasing a chant. That was so cool. And then here we have, let me make sure I'm not skipping anything. It feels like a long time. Where are we? Oh, yeah. I did miss something. So we're in February right now. Going back to January of 2021, we changed the year. We have this hilarious interaction. Okay, the 18th. Let's see. I teased my song by song interview, and Talinda sends me an email. The email is, I hope you're doing well. We miss you. I want to tell you that Michael and I are getting divorced. There are so many reasons why. Things aren't contentious between us at all. We just agree that we shouldn't be married. The kids are okay. He plans to still be in their lives, ... but we will see. Anyways, just wanted you to be the first to know. I did not respond to that right away. I sat on that, okay? My response is on the 27th. I received that email on the 18th. So in between the time that I got the email and I responded, Sheila comes along from GRF and she tells me that I owe $270 in vehicle registration, and I send it back to her like, no, you need to send that to Talinda. Why am I getting this? We just went through this big back and forth. You said you're going to pay for the fucking car. Why are the tags being sent to your wealth management firm? They're sending it to me instead of sending it to you. Have them pay it. Why are you doing this to me? And this would just basically be like, from what happened in my birthday 2020 to now, it's just been a series of Talinda just like being absolutely insane with her power. Just doing stuff to be, like I said, she's doing it because she can. She didn't have to go to the fucking, she didn't have to go lie about me on record. She didn't have to do that. No, she did not. I post F, my short film F. The song by song ended up being 2 hours and 43 minutes. She thought it was going to be 45 minutes to an hour, but I really be given. Body awareness training. Yep, okay, by this point we had started promoting a chant. We're looking at the score for the credits. It's very close. Final teaser on the 27th. I responded on final teaser number 2 and 3. I said, I don't understand the purpose of this message. I'm not coming back to aid you in your struggles. I'm not going to sympathize with your divorce. I'm not going to open up a lane of communication with you. That ship has sailed, and I've expressed that fact a number of times. It might be difficult, but this is something you will have to process on your own. And by something, I mean what you did to me and your divorce from Michael. Also, you don't miss me. Your children aren't shields, nor are they a means to an end. If you missed me, you would have called or texted a long time ago. But no, you can't. You won't. And I don't want you to. You stole my family, my inheritance, and you didn't bat an eye. Do you know why I haven't taken legal action against you for what you've stolen from me? For what you said about me? That's not true. It's because I shouldn't have to fight for the legal right to the money my father left behind. I haven't litigated against you because I shouldn't have to. It's far more convenient to just call it quits and cut the loss than it is to talk to you and engage with you on any level. I shouldn't have to fear for my life when I speak to my siblings. I shouldn't have had my family ring or my heirloom stolen from me. I shouldn't have been framed as dangerous and mentally unstable. I shouldn't have to repeatedly tell you that I don't want anything to do with you just to be forced to interact with you through whatever superficial and emotionally unstable avatar you hide behind. And now I'm waiting endlessly to get my cut of the Grey Day split. Money I worked hard for. I didn't work for the money, but I've been in process for it for a long time. Sean has told me about it since as early as 2017. Because your inept attorney, which is not the last, I'm talking about you, Ms. O'Malley, because of your inept attorney, and then I'm being redirected to Sheila, and then I'm redirecting Sheila at GRF back to you, because she's trying to get me, of all people, to pay for the tax to the vehicle that you are financially responsible for. No, you don't miss me. The kids miss me. As I told Elka, love is not just a thought and a feeling, it's an action. Your love cannot be loving. You miss what I can do for you. You just miss what I can do for you. All I am to you is a tool to be used in situations you are too unhealthy to handle, which happens to be most of the situations we have found ourselves in. If you missed me, you would have done a lot of things differently. You would currently be doing things differently. The last email you sent me was irrational nonsense. It doesn't seem to me like you really know what's going on. Whether that's your drug use or that you've a failure to find emotionally healthy outlets, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you understand I've been looking at this message concerning your divorce for days. Because, last time I came to you about anything serious, I took 14 hours and that wasn't enough, so I spent days. Thinking of how to respond, thinking of why would you, quote, just want to let me know first, unquote. I told you not to get married. I explicitly asked you to get to know Michael better first. I also explicitly asked you not to get married in Hawaii, where you got married in Hawaii. Explicitly told you to pick a different time of the year, but you dragged us through that nightmare anyways. Explicitly demanded that you don't hurt me the way that you have admitted to hurting me in the past ever again, or I would cut myself loose, which I have done, and yet somehow you don't understand anything. You're allowed to terrorize me because you say you can. You can do it because you want to. You don't have to be held accountable for anything that you've done because you don't want to be held accountable. You're selfish. What you're doing right now is selfish. I mean, keep in mind, now Brad knows, now Anna knows, it's getting pretty serious. I started talking to people. What's the first thing the police ask you when you start talking about a long-term offense? Why didn't you tell people before? Well, I did. I'm over here struggling to keep my head up during a global pandemic. My inner circle has shrunk down to no more than 2 people, one of which is Trilogy and remains Trilogy. I am in constant fear that you will force financial responsibility on me that I won't be able to handle. I am fearful that I will say the wrong words and you will strip me of what relationships are left on the Bennington side of the family, that I will never be able to speak to my siblings again. I know what's been taken from me. I know who it is that I'm speaking to. Nevertheless, I am the healthiest I've ever been, the happiest I've ever been, and the most successful I've ever been. I don't want that way of life anymore. It's toxic, demeaning, and rotten. You can keep it. I love you, but I refuse to lie to you or to keep things civil in fear of hurting your feelings. That's not what I want for myself, that fear or contempt. When you're ready to change, we can talk about it. Until then, I don't want to hear it. She responded the same day, literally less than 30 minutes. She said, actually, Jamie, your reply is exactly why we don't speak. You're entitled, spoiled, and always to play the victim. I always only letting you know out of courtesy. It's never fun finding out information on the internet. You don't talk to me about drugs. You're such a hypocrite. It's unreal. I don't owe you anything in life. Everything I have ever done for you has been out of love, but you twisted it, you made it weird, and you threw it back in my face. You don't get to treat me like this anymore. Goodbye. Literally. How long did it take me to read that? That message I sent to Linda. And how fast did it take for her to respond to what I've written? Do you think that in, let's see, I sent mine at 5:05. She responded at 5:24. So she responded in 19 minutes. I continue to promote my film. I do my Q&A, premiere Q&A, and then I do my post show. We're in February now. It was very cool to be able to send people the discount codes, to be able to finally unload some of the stuff that I've been working on for those crowdfunding donatees. I'm working on that retroflexion for the film production. I'm working on getting people their music. I do my Amanda Webster interview on the 3rd. I get connected with a bunch of people. McKenna's in here, by the way. McKenna did come back. I forgot to bring her up in 2018. We're not talking about McKenna right now. I brought it up on the other version of this that got cut. Ugh. Kicking down doors. I try to follow up on the tags for the Jeep, and I get a Sheila's out of office from the 4th to the 12th. Body conscious reconciliation. We do a couple of interviews. G is released from A to Z. On the 22nd, I shared my article about mental health awareness in the firefighting community and the National Forest community. It featured Alan Sinclair. We're still doing COVID tests, saliva tests. I am the Eon meditation. March comes along. Hapai, I started doing I broke down all of Crimson River, did the table read, rewrote the damn thing, sent it out for feedback. I would just basically write something, send it out, write something, send it out, work on it, fine tune it through feedback. Started working on the crowdfunding opportunity for the proof of concept for Crimson River, which became the script Hapai. Did an interview for Rock Monsters Romania. I did a lot of outreach at this time. I sold myself out to Stephen King. I already told that story. If we want to hear it again, I'll tell it in more detail. But I tattled on myself. I didn't want him to think I stole it. And he ended up writing me my own contract, telling me never to do it again, but he did do it. It's amazing. Yeah, this is just a bunch of craziness. Basically, I'm working on finishing the film. I'm working out the baby dollar deal problem with Stephen King. I just released my film, so that's why I'm doing that. On top of Nemi wanting me to write a book about her life and her Kundalini interactions, Alan Sinclair wanted me to write his memoir. But we had a falling out, so that's interesting. And there's this whole fucking annoying problem where Talinda tries to pay off the car, and then we have to get it in my name because the actual paperwork didn't show up. So for like 2 years, we were trying to get that figured out. It was so crazy. Gone in 60 Seconds. I did do that Tonight's Watch podcast. That was so fun. We made the changes to the film and took it offline and put it back online. The proper credits. Working on Talis Valhije. Finalize the proof of concept script. Let me see here. Oh shit. Why did I miss that? That's crazy. Okay. So I'm a couple months too far in the timeline, apparently. So after that January I'm divorced thing, in February, I thought about it, what she said. I tried to think of, multiple times I tried to make things work here. And so I didn't respond. And then on February 18th, I did respond. So the first time it took me what? How many days was that? I waited 9 days, 18 to 27, to respond to Talinda. Well, this time I waited from that time of the 27th of January, and I came back the 18th of February. So 18, let's say it's 30 days, 27, 28, 29, 30. So let's say 3 plus 18, 19, 20. 21 days. I waited about 20 days to respond. How crazy is that? I'm going to pee. But I waited. So at this point, to get back into focus, we just released a chant. We're getting people their donation objects. I'm doing my body awareness. I did my Amanda Webster interview. Start getting in contact. This is when I start getting into contact with people for other interviews. The tags thing comes up. That whole getting the Jeep in my name problem, which could have been so easy and wasn't. I had my falling out with my Uncle Mark, which I didn't talk about, but it is true. I released G from A to Z. And then, yeah, Olive Branch. So I did a lot in the middle there, right? I continue to try to be constructive. All right, let's see here. What time is it? 200. Oh, it's like 2 hours. Okay, I'm going to use the restroom. We're doing great. We're not doing as bad as I thought. Hi. Do you see why this is challenging? I've been on for 3 hours, and I'm actually moving through this, and I'm skipping through some stuff. That's where it cut me off. I was on for like 16 hours yesterday. This is painful. So after I didn't respond to Talinda, there's something that happened in between these two things. I forgot. So in between that last response she gave, which was, this is actually why, her last response was, actually, Jamie, your reply is exactly why we don't speak. You are entitled, spoiled, and always have to be the victim. I was letting you know out of courtesy. It's never fine finding out information on the internet, and don't talk to me about drugs. You're a hypocrite. It's unreal. I don't owe you anything. Everything I've ever done for you is out of love, but you twisted it and made it sick and threw it back in my face. You don't get to treat me like this anymore. I didn't respond, remember? For like 20-something days? Something around 20 days? In the middle, this woman, and I'll go into it more in the email, she calls APS, which is American Power Supply, or Arizona Power Supply, and she told them to turn off the power to her cabin. Yeah. Fucking crazy. Why would you do that? She knows that I've been trying to convert it into an Airbnb for years now. And yet, she impacted my permanent record and also my reputation by just calling APS and turning off the power for no reason. Do you see the use of power here, as her use of affluence here, as a means for just being a mean jerk for no reason? Let's go through this. February 18th, 2021 at 11:24 a.m. Hi, Talinda. Please read through to the end, all caps. Section 1. The cabin in assorted financial distress. First of all, you turned off the power to my property without notice or warning. And before you say anything about how you sent me the bill and I should have been ready to take on the account, you agreed multiple times that you were to be financially responsible for the cabin through November 2021. You have even re-agreed to the responsibility after going back on your word 3 or 4 times. I have written proof of this. The power was turned off anyways, driving out a 4-day reservation worth $1,200. So this is all private still. We're still keeping it under wraps. Jamie's still being respectful to the family. I've taken my time. I step back. I'm like, all right. I know I'll need to say something about this situation at some point, so the PSA is developing in my head. But it's still developing, the situation itself. I'm not allowed to impact Talinda's income, but here she is, before the DVRO was even served, doing exactly that to me. I'm not allowed to harass her by interacting with her environment in a certain way. And yet she's calling APS and turning off the power to the house for no reason. At the end of winter, by the way, that's not great either, because it's cold. And, you know, the house needs heat to protect the pipes. Oh, no, you don't know, because it's been years since you've ever been there. I got it. All right. So she's already just done so much. This is alarming for a number of reasons. The first being that now I have no reason to trust you at all in any capacity, emotional or otherwise. The second being that this is my sole income, and that you have not only jeopardized my long-term plans for myself, but also my short-term income for the sake of power tripping, no pun intended, and for being petty. To show me who's boss, so to speak, during a pandemic no less. one wherein every single person is suffering greatly, I include you in that as well, because I imagine that you're having a hard time like anybody else. Now I'm aware that there was a secondary call following the initial order to shut the power off, requesting that the power remain on. However, whoever made that call failed to make the APS representative aware of that. I have a feeling that it was probably Sheila who called before they went on some leisurely vacation, since you were unlikely to do it yourself. And so that singular moment of emotional reactivity and attempted intimidation turned into a multi-day scramble on my part to not only try and retain the reservation you drove out, but also to turn the power back on, starting a new APS account under my name. Congratulations, you are no longer responsible for the APS account. Yay. Second, I'm changing over the Suddenlink or the internet and the AmeriGas or the propane as well, so you don't have to worry about that. You're welcome. Third, this is a matter of the car. You promised me that you would always pay for it because it was a gift. However, I'm not sure how any of that carries forward because, as I said, you're not trustworthy. I'm hoping that you see my generosity in taking up your financial responsibilities, that I will pay it off and be, I am hoping that seeing my generosity in taking up your financial responsibilities, you will simply pay the car off and be done with it. That would be the best course of action. I hope you truly do consider this. After all, there can't be much left to pay off. At this point in time, it would have to be less than $10,000 since it was, what, $350 a month? And it's been a couple months. I know that your standard of living is much more expensive on a daily basis than the monthly payments on my car. So you making the payments on my car seems the best way to, I know that you understand. I know that your standard of living is more expensive on a daily basis than the monthly payments on my car. Of course, you've also been making payments on that car for years now. Hopefully, in other words, this won't be a great expense for you. All I ask is that if you no longer are going to pay for it, you let me know with ample time so I can readjust my long-term plans for self. I don't have the money you have. I'm running a business during a pandemic, and so paying off the car will have its obvious setbacks. Obviously, the setbacks are things I cannot outright afford, and I'll need to be let down easy if you choose to let me down. Fifth, the gray day splits. I have informed you once again that your attorney is, So this is before I've been paid. That your attorney is attempting to collect my portion of the money under the umbrella of the estate. However, I have supplied my personal BMI account information and I will not be allowing you to collect my portion of the money. I stated here, as well as in a number of emails to Catherine with Gray Days, that I am personally responsible for collecting my portion of that money, not you, not the estate. I find this information to be extremely discomforting, the fact that your attorney is trying to collect the money in my name by means of the estate. As I have made it clear, I am not a part of the estate. And so have you, Talinda. I don't get an inheritance. I don't get the heirloom. I don't get to speak to the children or you, which makes me wonder, why does your attorney think that he can attempt to claim my portion of that advance? Because he can't, and you won't. In conclusion, I will be taking all financial responsibility for the cabin. The APS account is now in my name. Internet and gas will follow. I don't know where we stand with the car. I would like for you to pay it off completely in one payment if possible, so we could put it behind us. If this is something you are not doing or not able to do, please let me know so that I can be prepared to take on such an expensive personal burden. As for the Gray Day split, I do not give you permission to take my money. I have supplied my own information for that, and they have been warned not to allow you to do so. Meaning Gray Days. Frustrating. Section 2, an olive branch. Now, I would like to take the time to talk to you personally because that was a business matter. This is a personal matter. It's clear to me that you did not take the time to respond to the email about Michael and your divorce. My guess is that you didn't read it at all because, it took you 19 minutes to respond. What is clear is that you had an extreme negative emotional reaction to it, which is understandable. I know that my own reaction would be similar if someone spoke to me like that, ... which you did last May on my birthday and in every conversation we've had since. However, I think we largely are missing the point here. The point is that I forgive you. So I said, will I compromise again? Obviously, I forgave Talinda. I said it right here in writing. The point is that I forgive you, but that I did not forget you. Your words and your actions are difficult to deal with. Likewise, my responses have, of course, been a bit rougher than I may have intended. I had to learn many new skills to deal with this act of massive destruction. The destruction of my life, my definitions, my relationships, my practices. And so the execution of these newly learned skills has not been what I wanted at times, to say the least. However, I have never spoken anything but the truth. I have made assumptions, nor have I made accusations, a fact that has been twisted out of proportion for a very long time. I haven't fabricated facts to make my points, nor have I nor have I let my emotions get the best of me. Everything I've done has been painstakingly thought out and methodical. There has not been one thing I've said to you that hasn't been fact-checked and fact-checked again. To be clear, when I said that I had that emotional break over Trish and then I sacrificed a big part of my plan because I was emotional, this is why I'm emotional. I just said it. I have said it over and over and over again, and somehow it's still twisted out of perspective. I am painstakingly methodical about everything that I do. So, okay. I am not a horribly rotten, spoiled brat who thinks that they are entitled to more than they are owed, and is more than willing to be petty, underhanded, and belligerent. Of course, I'm describing Talinda here. I am the opposite. I've gone out of my way to try and speak the truth with you, and at every point of the process, you have found a way to belittle me, maim me, and alienate me. Yeah, same thing, Elka. I have lost siblings, parents, friendships, cousins, homes, money, and a sense of my own worth because of what you've done and continue to do. But I forgive you. I have forgiven you. Not because you're my mother, not because you raised me, not because you're a widow with a broken heart, not because you're a divorcee, not because you deserve it and because you were owed it, but because you are a human being with a lot going on. So much going on. Pain and conflict. My love for you is unconditional and always will be. I have always said that and always will. I will always be here for you. So my response to her last thing that she said was to forgive her and apologize. Clarify my intent. Humanize her. In my last email, if you read it all the way through, which you didn't, I blatantly stated, when you are ready to change, we can talk. Until then, I don't want to hear it. Literally, let's look. I'm over here keeping my head up, struggling to keep my head up during a global pandemic. My inner circle is... hold on, I want to slow down. I'm over here struggling to keep my head up during a global pandemic. My inner circle has shrunk down to no more than 2 people, one of which is Trilogy. I am in constant fear that you will force financial responsibility on me that I won't be able to handle. I am fearful that if I say the wrong words, you will strip me of what relationships I have left on the Bennington side of the family, that I will never be able to speak to my siblings again. I know what's been taken from me. I know who it is I'm talking to. Nevertheless, I am the healthiest I've ever been, the happiest I've ever been, and most successful I've ever been. I'm sick like daddy. I don't want that way of life anymore. It's toxic, demeaning, and rotten. You can keep it. I love you, but I refuse to lie to you or to keep things civil in fear of hurting your feelings. That's not what I want for myself, that fear or contempt. When you're ready to change, we can talk. Until then, I don't want to hear it. It doesn't get more reductive than this. I mean exactly what I said. You do not know me. You don't know me. If you knew me back then, you don't know me. You may never have. I cannot remember the last time that you came close to knowing who I really am or what I am doing with my life. I have a feeling that the only thing you may have ever known about me is what I could do for you. But I'm more than that. And though it took me a while to understand this fact, I do not live for anyone other than myself. I don't live for my life partner. I don't live for my siblings, my parents, my cousins. I am my own person standing on my 2 feet. After all, how can I give value to another person if I don't value myself? RuPaul said it best. If you don't love yourself, how the hell are you going to love somebody else? I have so many things to show you, and yes, to teach you, because I do have things to teach you. I did actually learn things you don't know. Yep, that's real. That's a real thing. I have so much love for you. Ask yourself, if Jamie doesn't truly love me, then why have they spent the last 10 months trying to reason with me, to be honest with me? The answer to these questions is obvious. I'm not trying to hurt you. I never was. If anything happened last May, it was this. I approached my mother with some revelations about the faceless past traumas I had been experiencing. They had been emergent in my field. And her drug use. Nothing more, nothing less. We should talk. We should talk. I'd be more than happy to come to your home and sit in with you on this one. Resolve this once and for all. I would be happy to meet you in your house and resolve this once and for all. All that ever matters is that a person tries to be better. All I can ask is that you split costs of travel with me. We are equals in this scenario, and it should be designed so that we see each other as equals. I love you, and I hope that this message reaches you the way I intend it to reach you. It would mean a lot to me to be able to see my siblings one more time before their 18th birthdays and to speak with my mother at least one more time face to face. We aren't meant to live in separation, not as a family or a species, and I know that you're in pain. If you would let me, I could help you to ease that pain. Just let me know what I can do. I hope that you do let me know. Jamie. Literally. You take no accountability for anything you ever do. What else can I do, bro? Wait, what else can I do? Talinda responds the same day. A little longer of a reaction time. She says, Jamie, I have a lot of thoughts and feelings. This is February 18th, 2021 at 7:57 p.m. First off, I love you too. Secondly, I forgive you as well. You may think I have no reason to need to forgive you, but you have hurt me a lot too. How funny is that? I don't have the energy to fight with you. Your email says it's an olive branch, but all you do, or most of it, but all you do for the most part is bash me. Your perception on the utilities, ownership of the cabin, your inheritance is so skewed from the actual truth. I simply do not have the energy to argue with you to see it from my perspective. I'm sorry, I just don't. You can think the things you want down. You can think things went down the way you believe they did. She's just gaslit me on the entire fucking thing. I love you and I forgive you too. You've hurt me. So I do have to forgive you. I don't have the energy to fight with you. All you did was bash me in that olive branch. Your perception on everything is weird and not truthful. You can go ahead and believe that that's how things went down, but I don't. Okay. Don't know what else to say. I want to have a relationship with you. I miss you deeply, but I can't have you. I can't have a relationship. But I can't have a relationship with you if you don't change how you talk to me. I want a relationship. I miss you deeply, but I can't have that relationship with you if you don't change how you talk to me. You talk to me like I'm incompetent with zero respect. No, I'm being forward. I won't stand for it. You never have. I have paid all your bills for long enough. The agreement was for last November, not 2021 by any stretch of the imagination. She literally just walked back on the fucking date again. Again. Crazy shit. We've done this 3 times now, what? 3, 4? I did not just have your power shut off. I paid the balance to your bill and then had it taken out of my name, which is something I should have done months ago. All you had to do was put your name in when you were notified. Oh, you mean when I wasn't notified? Because you didn't do what you thought you did? Again? Yeah, interesting. So let me get this straight. What you're saying here is that you called APS to pay the power bill and then they mistook you and they turned it off, the power, when you took your name out, when you closed your account? That doesn't make any fucking sense. Because I called them and they said, a woman called and said they wanted the power turned off. And then they called really quickly after that, like maybe 5 minutes, and said they wanted the power back on. And actually, I believe I was paying bills at this time too. And yes, Jamie, I did that myself. How dare you say I don't do anything myself? You have no idea what my responsibilities are. Your comments like that are not okay to say to me. So you're saying that you closed the account and they were supposed to notify me. When I called them, that's not what they said. You're telling me, now that you're bragging, that you did this yourself to prove to me that you do things yourself. You paid the bill, and I was supposed to be notified, and you closed the account, okay? You do things. I don't know what you do, though, so I can't make any comments about your responsibilities. How dare I say that you don't do things yourself? You don't do things yourself. I'll say it again. Talinda, you don't do things yourself. The second most important person in the children's lives, other than their parents, and probably just you, is their nanny. I don't have anything against nannies. I think that childcare is very important, but not the way Talinda does it. Talinda, the way you do it is not, no. As far as the Gray Days thing, I have no idea what you're talking about. However, I do know that attorneys from both Concord and mine and Sean's legal team say you are beyond difficult to work with and unprofessional. Yeah, remember that one thing I said about Sean where somebody said that I was just really annoying? That Sean, oh, it was Sean. Sean said it. Somebody said that, oh, well, Sean said, it was Talinda. Talinda said that Sean said I was a pain in the ass to work with. And I asked Sean and he said he didn't say that. Talinda said, oh, I conferred with everybody in the house on July 5th and they said they don't want you here, so you're not invited to the beach and you need to leave and you're a pain in the ass. Yeah, when I asked Dane, he never said that. Multiple accounts of Talinda saying people said things that they didn't say. Here she's admitting that both Sean Dowdell and her have a legal team together. You can't talk to people the way you do and get respect and the response you want. I don't know what else to say to you. I'm not holding up any part of your money in any way, shape, or form. I'm not being petty by not paying your bills anymore. I gave you a cabin and income and you still want to say I haven't done that enough or that I burdened you with it. You're a grown man with an income-making property. You've got this. What an asshole. Look, they're talking down to me. You're a grown man with an income-making property. You've got this. And I got to watch the way I talk to you? I think you might have a problem with the way you talk to people. As far as the car, I've already paid it off. Oh, that's nice to know. Didn't know that. That happened really quick. You did what I asked? Interesting. I'm waiting for the title. Okay. I will then send it and transfer it into your name. You didn't actually participate in any part of that process. Contrary to what you believe, I do not owe you to pay for that vehicle or the tags. I could take it back at any time. Oh, the same way you would steal the house from me in litigation? Oh, wait, we're not there yet. Sorry. The way you've spoken to me and the people that I employ, I probably should have. But the car will soon be yours. You're welcome. Oh, wow. So this response is all big dicking. It's all like, I'm fucking cool. Fucking thank me. You better fucking thank me. I'm that cool guy, and you said I wasn't, but I'm cool, okay? Even if I'm still punk-ass jerk. Actually, Talinda, you bought that car for me in March of 2017 because you got tired of leasing cars for your kids. And you said you would have paid it off by, at the very least, 2021. You said that, not me. So, yeah, actually, you can act as inflated as you want while you're saying this, but Mom, you're wrong. If you truly want to move forward and have a relationship, you have to understand that I am okay. I don't need to change. You cannot call me a drug abuser, especially in public. Well, I never did. I didn't do that. Because that's a flat out lie. Yeah, you're right. I never did it. You are lying. You have to accept me for me. That's toxic as fuck. And I have to do the same with you. That's toxic as fuck. We have to find a way to communicate respectfully again. I have multiple times in multiple interactions with you said I am respectfully speaking to you. I'm intending to be as high-brained about this as possible out of concern for you. But here we are still talking about how I'm doing all this to you and you're literally doing everything to me, and the only reason this exists is because of you. I really want to try. Maybe we just both need to realize that we've never seen one another's sides and just try to move forward. I saw your fucking side. You saw mine. You told me mine didn't happen. You said, I do not subscribe. I don't know the answer. Yeah, you don't know the answer because the answer is pretty fucking simple. And if you knew the answer, you would be different. But I do know I love you. No, you don't. And your absence is sorely felt in this family. Fuck yeah, it is. Okay, olive branch. There you go. I reached out. I tried to correct it. And that's how it looked in the end. And then our last grouping of emails before the selling of the house. So June 19th, let's see. Okay, let's move up the timeline. We're in February again. I did the Big Quiet article. We're doing Crimson River, saliva tests. I Am the Eel, Hapai, Rock Monsters interview. I ratted myself out to Stephen King. He got me that specific deal, that special deal. That was pretty cool. We start the painstaking process of trying to get that freaking car in my name, and it does not go well. The octopus, again. These guys are so annoying with the Jeep. Jeff Gilman follows up with a photocopy of the... follows up about a photocopy of the driver's license. He would like for me to note that the sooner they get the info for the car, the sooner it will be in my name. And that never happened. I sent them a photo of my driver's license, and my response with it was, "Hi guys, here's my driver's license. Let's hope this is one of the last times we cross paths. P.S. It's amazing how pushy you all are when you want something from me, considering the fact that I can't seem to get anyone on the phone when I call to resolve some new issue you caused for me, or to inquire about the accountability of some of your more morally questionable behaviors. But hey, everything's a choice, and the choice is yours." Oh, here, on the 31st of March, I did my first session with BetterHelp, all I could afford. In April, I complete my Hapai proof of concept script. I start a new album outline. The album will consist of 12 mantras or truths I have for myself, practicing general specificity. So, for example, if you don't know what it's like to be choked out by your uncle, I want people to know that these things are real and that they are archetypal to all people. There's the Tonight's Watch Gone in 60 Seconds. That's hilarious. We took the movie down, got the correct publishing rights, and then put it back up. Fine-tuning my therapy. I want to call the album The Deepest Well, the one about my 12 mantras, my 12 truths. Named after a book by the same name. I don't want to be her anymore. I don't want to be my mom anymore. Great meditations. I get to go through some of those interviews like the Crooked Illness podcast. Again, big expansions into my writing, my physical journal writing. Or my journal and the physical writing, because I was only doing pictures before that. In June, I may have gone back to the Lava River Cave and time traveled on purpose with Ethan. I used it as a form of exposure therapy for his anxieties. So we went in July of 2019. We went back in June of 2021 when at this time, Trilogy and I lived in our car. We were on the road. I get in contact with Bella Sloan. She tells me her son passed away. She's sorry for the slow response, but that she appreciates my wanting to interact with her. We end up never having that conversation ever, and she ends up ignoring me in her live stream as early as this year, as soon as this year. And then on June 19th, there's the Still Here emails. So June 19th, 2:29 a.m., my time schedule is all messed up, so I'm just out here. And we haven't talked since that last interaction, and I said, hey dude, just reaching out, I'm still here, I want to help, let me. She responded same day at like 11 a.m., 10:56 a.m. I'm still here too. I don't need help, but thank you. My life is actually amazing. The only void I have is you not in it. I'd love to try to reconnect and move forward with mutual respect and love. To me, that means no yelling at each other, no judgment of one another and how we choose to live our lives, and an agreement to do our best to truly trust each other again. Love you. She's like, she said fucking, I'd love to reconnect, but you can't be yourself, and you have to allow me to just like live however I want and not have any thoughts and feelings about it. Maybe then we could trust each other. Actually, that's the opposite of trust. I responded same day at noon, an hour later. I said, you say you're trying to reconnect and move forward with mutual love and respect, but I haven't heard a single word from you in over a year outside of what you could call business. You almost permanently damaged my business with that APS stunt. You put the house, which you strong-armed me into taking in the first place, in danger by not paying your bills. The bills you promised to pay by allowing insurance policies to lapse. You separated me from my siblings, told them I was too mentally unstable to be allowed around the family, told them I was going to have the government take them away from you and put them into CPS custody. And yet I've still got Tyler, my little brother, and Elka asking me about mailing information for important documents because you have stuff to send to me. Why are you having Tyler of all people do that? And still not a word from you. You use everybody to talk for you. You don't want yelling. You want me to be mad. You don't. So. I said, you don't want me to be mad for the way that you hurt, scared, and forced me into literal mortal danger during a worldwide pandemic. I wish I didn't have to be mad about that either.
Sorry, I was looking for a charger.
Which one?
The one I always use.
I don't have it.
I don't see it downstairs.
I just have the wall charger.
Okay.
Happy look. It should be just right. Ah, that's funny. I wonder how that happened. Okay. I have personally reached out to you at least 3 times. I've been considerate, thoughtful, open-minded, constructive, and it would seem, unfortunately so, honest about my experience. And I've done a great job considering that you don't answer my phone calls, take accountability for anything that you do, and simply refuse to communicate in any way at all. Why? Tell me why when Abby was assaulted by Armando, you put every resource into helping her and protecting her. I got nothing. Again, I was cast out and left to fend for myself. As I always do, I make hard decisions for the family. I overwork myself beyond any standard of good health. And I am a shoulder to cry on, even a voice of reason when things are difficult. And yet when I fulfilled my function, I still mean nothing. I get thrown to the curb with no warning and left to dry. These things are things that you yourself have backed up. You literally told me that you've been manipulating me and controlling me for the entirety of our relationship. You said that on your own. We have stuff to work through. I've made it very clear I would like to multiple times, so I'll leave it up to you now. You can do what you want. Just remember who's been reaching out to who. I can't say why or what my intentions are another 3 friggin' times. All I can do is give you the chance to change and hope that you do so. You do have my number, which I know was blocked on your cell phone because I tried to call you the last couple of months, and there's no excuse anymore. So there's no excuse anymore. If you want it, you can take it. If you don't, at least know that I won't be in contact with you. So once again, I tell Talinda I don't want to talk to her. Once again, I tell her I'm not interacting with her. Once again, I tell her I quit her. Once again, I resign from the family. Once again, I want nothing to do with you. As a victim of yours and a child in the situation, I want nothing to do with you. I send her my phone number. I put PS, let's remember I'm oldest son. I'm your son. I may not be a child anymore, but I'm still your kid. You have no idea what I've been through since my 24th birthday because you've chosen not to be there. It'd be pretty nice for you to be there for at least some of my 25th year. It would be nice to exist in whatever capacity that can be. So I said right now, I said it. I want to see my siblings before they turn 18, and I want to see someone before I'm 25. Doesn't happen. Neither one of them. Tyler, it will never happen. He's 18 now. June 19th, 2021, later the same day, at 7:57 p.m. I hear what you are saying. I hear everything you are saying me have said. That's the way it's written. I do not agree with 99% of your perspective. I understand that your perspective is yours, and so your reality. Please understand I have my own reality. It's extremely different from yours. I could choose to go on to be specific and specify on what I feel and what I see and how it's different from what you feel and see, but I can't deal with the fight, Jamie. Understand that I felt hurt and scared by you. I truly have, and I'm sorry if I ever made you feel the same way. But both of our perspectives are reality, and to move forward, you have to begin to understand mine. Again, I hear you, and I understand that I've hurt you. The things you say I have done to you, you did them. They're not things I said. They're things that are factually supported. I deny. Yeah, I know. That's not how it went down for me. Just like you deny what you've done to me. No, I didn't. I never denied. No. But again, these are our perspectives. I feel to move forward, we need to focus on the present and try to forgive each other. The tone of your reply to me feels very aggressive and confrontational. I'm not sure if that's how you mean to come across, so rather than choosing not to engage or respond as you would say, I'm trying to be upfront. If you'd like, I can call you tomorrow. Isn't that funny? She said the last 2 times that I reached out, I was confrontational and aggressive. Both times, I said the same thing. I tell her I'm free after 5. On the 20th, we figure out our call. And she told me during that call that it was me telling her that she was still my mother that really got her across that line. That I was still her child. That she wanted to get to know us. She was sorry. I told her, I'm your equal, like I said. We're not family. We're acquaintances. We can know each other, but we don't know each other like that. I'm not who you think I am. At this point, I've gone through about like 1 million ego deaths. I've done my multiverse reincarnation spell, and that's something I've talked about before briefly. And may go over at a different time. But, you know, I'm not the same person. I'm literally not Jamie. Like, I look like Jamie. I look like the same Jamie yesterday. I'm not. I'm not even the same Jamie I was when I started this, okay? I'm that fluid with myself. So, yeah. Okay. She's like, I'm like, look, you're going to have to relearn what we know. You're going to have to get used to us, and that's just what it's going to be. And she said, okay. She said, okay. We planned for the 11th of July. So moving on from June 19th into July, I start developing a new idea for some of my short films, one of which would become Papaya. Start thinking about interviews underground. Originally, it was more of like a short film, creative film idea. Now it's more of just a straightforward interview series. G and I will have ours soon, probably within the next week, I imagine. Definitely before the end of the year, yeah. On the 5th, I get that call, and I've already described, okay? I've already described this entire situation, so I'm not describing it again. I'm going to read the email that follows that situation of July 5th. But basically, I'm in California to do an interview in person. One of those podcasts I signed up for. And Talinda calls me and tells me my sister is sick and that she needs help. So I offer to come over. I say, what do you think about that? I'm supposed to be there on the 11th, but I'm also supposed to be there on the 5th. Or I could be there on the 5th, right? It's the 4th of July. And she tells me to figure it out with Dane. Dane, Devin, and Valerie and Abby are there again for the second year. And we've all had fallings out. And she doesn't try to negotiate it as the host. She has me do it. Dane says, I would be so excited to have you. We have no problem at all. It'd be awesome for you to be there. And then we're rushed out of the house early morning. And so I'm going to read these emails, okay? These are the infamous original 3 life-threatening emails. The crux of the infamous email chain. And then I'll tell you briefly what happens after, and then I'm done talking about it. Basically, after we got rushed out of the house, Talinda called me the next day at Bella's aunt's house and used some very threatening language. I tried to do I wrote the same thing in text that I've been writing in these emails. And I haven't heard from her since, not since July 6th. Then on August 8th, August, about a month later, at 8:36 a.m. Oh, sorry, no, I'm sorry. These are backwards. August 7th, 2021 at 8:59 a.m. Talinda sends me another version of her, hi, I hope you're well. I divorced Michael, and I thought you should know first. She says this. Good morning. I hope I don't upset or offend you by this email. Given that we just went through what we went through, it's pretty fucking upsetting and offensive that you would email. Yeah. I have thought a lot about how you feel and about owning the cabin. Here we are again. You have said it as a burden, but that you had no choice to accept it. I also heard you loud and clear when you said you do not want any possessions. I never said that. With respect to the above, I want to offer you directly to buy the cabin from you. I'm offering $500,000 for it as it is. You can take the $500,000. I like that verbiage. You make it sound big. You take that $500,000 and walk away from it for good. This money can be a solid nest egg and allow you to be free of anything tying you down. Please take some time to consider. I have no ulterior motives, nor do I plan on turning around and reselling it. My motives for this offer are simple. Wait a second. She's about to describe her motives, but she already described her motives. Everything before this point is what she's talking about, right? What do you think? Do you think the email is going to stay on her considering what she's done, apologizing, trying to make up for it? Or do you think there's something else here? There's something else here. I want to do what I can to ease that burden that I dumped on you. And also, I do want to keep the cabin the way Dad had it and start taking the kids again. Their therapist said it could be healing. Oh, there's that therapist character again. Just a straightforward sale from you to me. Please let me know your thoughts. In other words, this reads, good morning. I hope I don't upset or offend you. I thought a lot about our previous conversation about how much of a burden the cabin was, and I was talking to the kids' therapist, and I realized, you know what? I can kill two birds with one stone. I want to start taking the kids to the cabin again, and I want to keep it the way your dad had it, and I want you out of the picture. So in order to ease the burden I dumped on you, I'm offering, with no ulterior motives, of course, just a straightforward sale from me to you of a house. It's worth $500,000. It's $500,000. You can start your nest egg. You can walk away from it for good, and you don't ever have to worry about anything tying you down ever again. When you write something to Linda Lake, please take some time to consider. I have no ulterior motives. My motives for this offer are simple. I'm doing it for you, but more specifically, I'm doing it for my kids because their therapist said it would be good for them. That means that your motives aren't a straightforward sale from me to you. It's not about apologizing. It's not about acknowledging what you did. It's not about being real with each other. It's about spending money to get a problem out of your way. What's interesting is you had $500,000 to spend on this, but you were so poor. But I had to beg you for the job with Bill Silva. I had to beg you for rent 1 month. I had to beg you to tell me why all these people in my life don't seem to see me. Oh, they don't because you don't. That's right. Same way the people in my family on Elka's side are allowed to do what they do and disconnect the way they do because Elka doesn't take me seriously. 11:35 a.m., August 7th, 2021, same day. I responded, no, thank you. The kids have always been welcome at the cabin. I'd be happy to plan a trip for them. What follows is not a rant. It is how things are and how things have previously occurred. And since we do not get to speak, this will have to do. Again, the kids have always been welcome at the cabin, and I'd be happy to plan a trip for them. I politely reject your offer. My property is doing very well, thank you. And it should only ever be in the hands of someone who can truly appreciate it, something you've proven incapable of being able to do. Appreciate things. You have no idea how much trouble the house was in those years it was in your name. For example, did you know that the insurance premium you had for flood insurance didn't matter because you didn't have the elevation certificate? So when you paid for the insurance policy, somehow you were able to do that. You actually weren't paying for coverage on anything. Meaning if the house is flooded, we just lose the fucking house. Yeah. You didn't know that, did you? You failed to pay the AmeriGas propane bill for so long that when I went to go pay for it, they literally were a month away from repossessing the tank. And there's more. The next time we speak, it will be on these two topics. The first, planning a trip for me, Jamie, Bella, Trilogy, and Lily, Lila, and Tyler to the cabin. And or you having thought about my well-being in such a way that you can seriously apologize for what you've done and make the changes necessary to change heal our relationship. If anything else if anything else is spoken about in response, I will not respond to you. Now, if after these 4 years you think the only thing worth thinking about or correcting between the two of us is the cabin, that's laughable. In fact, that you think this proposition is even feasible is a testament, in my opinion, to exactly how much you've really changed over the last year. I want to remind you real quick that it's you and your inability to work through your emotions that what led to me getting the cabin. You forced you knowingly forced a mentally ill college senior to take up the family property and turn it into a viable business because you couldn't handle it. This kid was working through the death of his father, trying to start a career in a different state, and trying to start a business with $0. You criticized all the work this kid was able to do. Work that had to be done, and the place where his father spent the last day of his life with his younger siblings and not with him, because he wasn't fucking invited again. Let's not confuse the matter. The property is something very dear to my heart. The only interference or burden I face in the property is you. You cut the power to the property without consulting the owner. You are the one leveraging financial knowledge and responsibility against me. You are the person who stole my family heirloom, cut me out of my will, abandoned me because I asked you for help. Not to mention the fact that you have also openly admitted to manipulating me. For the entirety of our relationship, you have actively sought to destroy or interfere with most relationships I've had in this family. All because of your conscious choice to avoid your own mental health and the mental health of those around you at all costs. Look at your kids. I just saw them at July 5th. Seriously look at them and tell me that I'm wrong. If you think what you're doing is working, that's a whole other thing to talk about. Remember Lily's stabby blanket, okay? Even now, you'd rather spend $500,000 to go around me than to work with me. These kids have never been barred from the cabin. They have always been welcome. Remember that Tyler and I and the girls had plans to meet up that summer at the cabin. We were even going to fix the cabin up a little bit. Notice how not once during this pandemic you offered to buy me out simply to alleviate the financial distress, which you knew was something I was dealing with because you're the one who put me in that position yourself. You don't care about my struggles, not unless they are beneficial to you, as if I could ever trust you to not flip or sell Chester's favorite house, to rent it out, or to even lose it after a year of having it because you simply don't want to deal with it anymore. In other words, you are the interference. You were, until very recently, the only burdensome aspect of owning that house. The fact that you can't see or acknowledge that is a testament to just how much you've changed over the last year. It's pretty easy to see. I'm way ahead of you, and it didn't take me 4 years to do the right thing for the kids I meet. Honestly, I have to put it out there that for as much as I would love for the kids to be at the cabin, I do not feel the same way about you being there. You have a history of stealing things from me simply because you feel like it. And the fact that you could potentially rent out the cabin whenever you want has been a horrifying thing to think about. I don't get to trust my own mother. Think about that. What's to stop you from going to the cabin and trying to take whatever you find valuable? That is what I have to deal with. That is my life. By the way, speaking of interference, I spoke with Dane about what happened at your house on the 5th. And he was very forward about the fact that you didn't speak to him when you kicked us out. Which means that all of this happened because you wanted it to, because you were being immature. He didn't tell me to leave. You did. If that isn't the case, then that's between you two, and you should really stop having people talk for you. After all, Bella and I, or Trilogy and I, can only take people at their word. I agree the kids should have a relationship with the cabin. They should also have a relationship with me. Tell them I said hi. Who knows what they think happened the last time we saw each other. It wouldn't be the first time you made something up about me, and I'm sure you did. Remember, no responses unless it's about planning a trip for me, Bella, and the kids to the cabin, or you having thought about your actions so seriously that you can apologize as my mother. Otherwise, you won't get a response from me. P.S. The fact that you're willing to make such a big proposition for your, quote, kids, but you aren't willing to unblock me from your phone so that I can talk about my feelings, our relationship, is appalling and hurtful. In all caps, I am one of the kids, I am your kid. $500,000 for a therapy sesh, but no fucking sympathy or effort for me? That's incredible. And this wasn't supposed to be offensive. That's a joke. Oh, but wait, you don't even subscribe to my experience of what happened between us, so none of this matters to you anyways. And it's amazing how much time I spent being the adult in this relationship, trying to communicate. All the while you're claiming that you're my mother without ever actually putting in the effort it takes to be one. You stopped doing that years ago. In fact, I wonder if not most of our relationship revolves around the fact that you stopped trying to be my mother. Holding on to the title for no other purpose than the power can be used, the power that can be used, the power held over my head. $500,000 for all your other kids, Tyler, Lily, and Lila, and yet I still almost ended up on the street during a pandemic because one time I trusted in you completely. But none of that behavior is new either. You've held money over my head. You have unjustly criticized my character and given me no chance to justify or clarify for myself. You made it clear that the last thing on your mind is me or my struggle. In your mind, I'm just a tool for you to use, and I'm well past the point of letting that ring true. Yeah, isn't it funny? I said this, she says what she says next, and then the next time that I tell the truth, this next time I say the same thing I already said 1,000,000 times before, 100 different ways before, she sets me up with a false DVRO. I wonder who's right here. I wonder who's consistent here. It's totally up to you. I don't have high hopes, but let's hope that the needs of these children you're so willing to help for once override your own. I'm putting in all of this effort knowing that you will probably just get angry with me or find some reason to make me the enemy, or that you might simply refuse to even really read this thing at all because you've already done that, right? This is the level of effort I put into the relationship despite all of the times you shut me down, cut me out, or just placed blame onto me. I did 13 hours yesterday. I did 16 hours yesterday, and I'm still back to clean this shit up. Yeah, look at all this love I give. Whether you like it or not, I have put more effort into keeping this lane of communication open between us than you have into seeing me as a human being. That's on you as well. You get upset when I don't see how loving and supportive you are as a person, but this is all I see. What I just described is my reality. If you're not that person with me, then how can you say you're that person at all? Meaning, I'm the kid you came to save in 2004. So if we're here right now and you're not being that person after how many years? 2021? What was that, like 18 years? 17 years? That's crazy. I was, how old? 8 or 9 years old? I'm 23 at this time? What's the math on that? Yeah, I'm 24 at this time, actually. Sorry. Consistency is key. You are who you are or you are not. Proof. Right here. Either you are or you aren't. No fake punk bullshit wearing the denim vest because it looks cool. Fuck the authority. So yes, I subscribe to this life that I lead. A life of honesty, communication, and growth. A life that you did not get to see and had no interest in understanding when you were given the chance to do so literally a month ago. But your rejection of me has nothing to do with who I am or what I am doing with my life. It has everything to do with who you are and what you do with yours. There's more I could say, but I'll leave you with this. I want a relationship with my siblings. You have the ability to make that happen. But do not disguise your need to dominate me with the authentic, therapeutic needs of your very real children. That will never be acceptable. I wish you could just be open, honest, and real for even 1 second of your life. Hopefully we can get there. It's not clear if we will or not. My siblings do need me, though. They've said so themselves on July 5th. It would be amazing if we could make it work. Now, isn't it funny that right after this, all of a sudden my siblings said it themselves, they never want to fucking talk to me again. They don't like me. But they literally told me on July 5th that they were so excited that I was there, that they loved having me in their life. Tyler literally at some point here, right before the Olive Branch email, he literally reached out to me, apologized for what he said to me, told me I was the most consistent thing in his life and that he wanted me back in his life. Before disappearing again. We would go through a similar iteration when I would get that final message from him for my case that I was representing. I represented myself. It's just the same shit over and over and over and over again. Just looks a little different. The next day, August 8th, 2021, 7:55 a.m. Congratulations, everybody. We made it here for the second time. The third time if you're counting last year. We finally did it. We are at the end of the fucking rope. What did I say? I said I take it like an athlete. I said I am the athlete. Here I am. Never do anything that you wouldn't ask yourself to do. Right? Always be the one to bring the energy. Always be the one to shape it. Always be the one to follow your truth. Stand 10 toes down. If you die on business. Hey. And you certainly should never ask people to do things you wouldn't do. So in leading by example, I would never do anything that I wouldn't ask other people. I would never ask anybody to do anything that I wouldn't do. And I'm here doing it now. I'm even fucking crazy. I'm loopy as shit. Not inaccurate, but loopy. Tired, exhausted. My throat is thrashed. But here we are, the final scene in our stage play before the epilogue and then conclusion. 7:55 a.m. This woman was on it. She's up here at 8 a.m. writing this shit. Jamie, let me tell you exactly what the fuck is going to happen and how it really is. Right out the gate, we got a winner. Jamie, let me tell you what the fuck is up. Okay. 1, my kids are perfectly of their own sound mind and healthy bodies. They are their own individuals with opinions and feelings of their own. All 3 of them have made it clear to me they want nothing to do with you. I laugh at your audacity that you could think you could behave the way you do and they still like and trust you. I am positive that you will always believe I am keeping them from you because you are incapable of taking accountability for anything you say or do. That's fine. Blame me. I don't give a fuck about what you think. I will, however, respect my kids' feelings and protect them from you, your insane and unhinged self. She's not sounding very much like a mental health expert or professional. And your stupid fucking girlfriend will never be around my kids ever. Okay, let's break down the first point. She said just now that her kids are healthy. They are their own people with their own opinions. Their opinion is, and they all 3 told her this, that they want nothing to do with me. And she thinks it's funny that I think that they still care about me, given the way that I am acting. They shouldn't trust me. And they're rightfully not trusting me. She's positive that I think she's keeping them away from me, but she literally is. She literally wrote it in writing for the record. And then flip-flopped on it about 1,000,000 times. She doesn't give a fuck about what I think. She only cares about her reality and what she thinks. And by the way, she also just told me that I need to change the way I speak to her. And here she is talking to me this way. I never did anything like this. So I'll respect my kids and their feelings. I'll protect them from you and your insane and unhinged self, Jamie. Because you're sick like daddy. You're insane and unhinged. And your stupid fucking girlfriend, who I know is your life partner, yeah, I'm calling her a girlfriend because guess what? I don't give a fuck about what you think. Fuck you. Will never be around my kids. That's so funny because literally on July 5th, when you told G about how you told me that I couldn't speak to the kids, but you didn't tell the kids that was one of your biggest regrets. You literally asked G right before you debated them out of the house and then admitted such to me. That you wanted to hire them as a tutor for your children because they were an educator and you thought that they were such a great, brilliant mind. Literally 30 days ago. You two-faced liar. Disrespectful So Linda's off the fucking hook right now. She just let her demons out. Right here, this email is her showing her worst. It's your ugly side and showing. Can't you tell this ain't a fucking cartoon? Maybe you're the bad guy dressed in a good guy's costume. 2. So the cabin is doing well for you. You're welcome. Those bills weren't paid because your incapable ass didn't pay them. So she's responding directly to my comments about the insurance premiums, the propane tank, the APS situation, which was not a bills situation. It was just her power tripping. No pun intended. Those bills weren't paid because your ass didn't pay them. I gave you the cabin out of love. I gave it to you so that you could have a steady income while you pursued your artistic dreams. Yeah, that's true, kind of. And we both know that you can't hold a job to save your life. That's fucking funny. You haven't been here for years. What are you talking about? What jobs do you think are relevant? Because I made multiple music videos. I made a movie. I made an album. I wrote another movie and started the proof of concept for that off of the success of a chant. It's like Sean telling me, you've done nothing with your life. Yeah, okay, you old ass fucking colonizing jackass. Sure, for sure, bro. Yeah, let's not forget you have secrets about my dad that you use to mentally and emotionally control your audience. Things that are very, very, very important to an investigation. Silly Freemason. I didn't give it to you because I couldn't take care of it. Yes, you did. I actually took care of it for 2 years that you owned it, so shut the fuck up. You sound like an entitled and spoiled idiot. Not only do I have a book that proves you wrong, that says that I'm not a spoiled, entitled idiot, but those 2 years that you took care of it, I actually took care of it. It was in the 2 years from 2017 to 2019, in between the time it took for you, for whatever reason, to put the cabin in my name. Because I was waiting, yeah. Which you agreed to financially support, by the way, through November of 2021, a deadline that you both changed and erased multiple times. And how dare you throw that in your son's face? The same way you threw that fucking car in his face. This is why they didn't want to be indebted to you. This is why they didn't want your fucking money. And not only that, but didn't I take my art to the real world? I got a job at Sam's Club. I was fired on fucking retaliation. But you weren't there for that, and you didn't care anything about that. Again, you let me drown. You could have found a way to liquidate many things, and you let me fucking drown. That was your choice. And you knew I was not well off because you were the one who controlled my allowance, my tuition, and my rent during my prison sentence at the University of Arizona. One you never came to visit. And how dare you paint yourself as a generous person? You know what's really funny? Is that most of the time when people call themselves generous in this kind of situation, they're actually being vain. You want to be seen as generous. That's why you're fronting that. But it doesn't matter if you're not generous. Because then it's just not generous. You're lying. 3, you pulled an Elka right here. Your disharmony with your family is entirely your fault, not mine. You are a fucking joke to think otherwise. So I'm an entitled, spoiled idiot and a fucking joke whose siblings hate them, never want to see them again. I have a stupid fucking girlfriend, and you actually supported me way more than you ever did, according to your story. Those are not nice things to say to someone. And not only are they all fundamentally false, like factually unsound, you might want to work on your debate skills. But then you go on to say this. One last very important thing. So this family that you worked so hard to build, so hard, you destroyed it. And that's what you had to say about it. Everything that you wrote in on, like Linkin Park and their lies, you wrote in on the lies and you slowly backtracked them until you got the power you wanted, and then you used that false power to get what you wanted. You and Mike must really be alike. I wonder if you did have an affair with him, to be honest. You guys are both assholes. I think you might have liked each other. I don't know. And one last but very important thing. The next time you speak publicly about your father or me in a negative or defamatory manner, I will sue you for defamation of character. I have five whole attorneys monitoring everything you say and do on your stupid fucking podcasts or anything else that you do. Yeah, at this point, I have an album. I have a film. I have multiple short films. I have created a press circuit of my own by networking. I had placement on or interviews with about 8 people, and I did that. You didn't help at all. You didn't even help fund the fucking movie. And I wonder why. I wonder why you didn't film the movie, considering the fact that you're acting super guilty. You are a disgrace to the Bennington name. You are a disgrace to the Bennington name. You married into this shit. You are my mother by marriage. And you came to me to give me the life I deserved, that you claimed I deserved. So you, Miss Talinda Bennington of Given Hours 320 Change Direction Initiative, are a fucking disgrace. You say or do any of this stuff while you're literally telling the world that you are totally well-adjusted and you can help them with their mental health problems? This entire time I've been undiagnosed and untreated, you've used it against me. Pattern after pattern. It's the same fucking thing over and over again. You are a disgrace to the Bennington name, and I will do everything in my power to make sure you do not defame your father's name again. Wow, that's fucking crazy. I went back in my reflection process, something like what we just did, and I watched all my interviews. Never one time. You are a lying son of a bitch. Tell me I'm a disgrace and then tell me that I shouldn't ever defame my father again, when in reality you're the disgrace and I never defamed my father and you're just fucking doing some crazy shit for no reason, doing way too much and nobody asked. Consider this your only warning, Jamie. I am not fucking around. I promise you, if you say mine or your dad's name in a defamatory manner in public again, I will sue you for damages. And guess what? When I win, and I will, where do you think the money you will owe me as collateral will come from? The cabin. Yeah? I've talked to my attorneys extensively about this. They have heard your defamatory comments about your dad in your past interviews, podcasts, Instagram lives. And just from what you've said already, I have a case that would win against you in court. Don't even fuck with me, Jamie. You've pushed me too far. Stay the fuck out of our lives for your sake. Keep mine and your dad's name out of your filthy mouth. Let's touch on that. First of all, fuck you. Sorry, I'm being polite here, but fuck you. How dare you give me that cabin? And then when I call you out for using your children as tools to gain leverage over me, you know, the offer for the house that you gave me. How dare you make an offer like that? When I stand up to you, you turn around and say, I'm going to take you to court, use your reputation and your body of work against you to steal that house back, throw you on the street, and never think about you again. That is a blatant threat. That is a plain-faced threat to my life, my livelihood. After I've struggled to keep my life through a global pandemic because you've made it difficult. And I still continue to do the work, which includes the art, continue to thrive, put myself first. So if I ever talk about you or Chester again, ever in public, because defamatory is literally anything that you don't like, you're going to take my sole income, something I built over years, from me as collateral, because what you have against me would win in court. Where was that case when you signed a DVRO request form? Where is your, from what I already said, I already have a case that would win against you in court, Talinda. Come on. Go ahead, square up, big guy. Go ahead. Tell me, where was that court hearing? Where's all that evidence? Because even with the domestic violence restraining order, which is purely lies, you still didn't do this. So what? This is a baseless threat? So you intimidated me, threatened my life, and then threatened me again. Well, let's continue. I'm sure that's interesting. I'm so fucking done with you and your delusional, disgusting perceptions about everything. You are not welcome in our lives ever again. If you ever show up to our home or see my kids without my permission, I will call Cherie, a detective from the LA Sheriff's Office. After you left, I went to the police. And I told her all about you. That you are unpredictable, easily enraged, and how you yell at me, threatening me. I explained your cult-like beliefs. I know the truth and I'm here to help you. And that extremely disturbing story of how you sat in someone's yard, unwelcome in all caps, for days, harassing her by shouting delusional thoughts at her, telling her the truth whether she wants to hear it or not. I'm staying until she understands the truth. She may hate me, but at least I taught her the truth. Your words verbatim, thanks to the voice memos Valerie was recording during the entire conversation between you, Bella, and I. I was recorded without my consent. In my own mother's house. We're going to stop right here. We're going to break this down. Talinda just said that I have a disgusting and delusional outlook on life. She's sick of it. I'm not welcome in her life ever again, and if she ever sees me trying to approach her or her children in any way, that she's going to tell the police. She already went to the police, according to this them, told them everything about me, which includes only that I am unpredictable, easily enraged, and that I yell in a threatening manner. She told them that I have cult-like beliefs, and that I literally stalked and harassed somebody against their will. And that this entire conversation was recorded against my will, without my knowledge, in her house after she invited me early by my sister. Once again, I hit Dane up after this. And I said, bro, she's using your daughter as a scapegoat. Your daughter did not do that. I don't want to be in the middle of this, Jamie. No, actually, I think at this point, he didn't say anything. He said nothing about it. He did not respond to me. I said, you should stand up for your child. No. You should stand up for me, your kid. No. Hey, Talinda's literally using your child as a toy. No. As a tool. No. So, let's break this down real quick, because first of all, why would you ever go tell therapists, lawyers, or the police these lies about me? It's extremely dangerous. That's a dangerous game to play. And also, it's extremely inconvenient. You would fuck up so much of my life by telling lawyers, police officers, and fucking therapists about me like that. Especially when it's not true. Here, Talinda says my cult-like beliefs, and she talks about this time that I harassed and stalked someone. Let's break those two things down. So Talinda, multiple times during July 5th, was watching us through the monitors outside because we were on the driveway with our tent unfolded. And she was caught multiple times looking at the system and then being like, oh, I just don't know what my security password is. Who knows? Ooh. But like, okay, so if your password was missing, you think you'd be really fucking worried considering the fact that there was no surveillance the day your husband died. And you've had surveillance because of the stalkers and the other harsh interactions that you've had with the world. So you wouldn't just be like, well, no. You'd be like, oh, no, I don't know where my stuff is. But no, they were listening to us through the microphones. And I told Talinda, when I told her my story, when I sat down after she debated G out the fucking house against G's will, testing us for our weaknesses and then using them against us on purpose, you know, as a loving mother. I had told her that my friend McKenna, from high school, the one who abandoned me, I had a random precognition that she was going to die if I didn't reach out. It drove me a little crazy. It like wouldn't leave me alone. So eventually I found her and we started a friendship on the grounds that I was there to help her through what she was going through, so that she could live. I have had precognitions, many in my life, And one of them actually saved Lily's life. She saved her from drowning. So it's a very real thing. And we were friends all the way through this, on and off. You know, we went from not being friends at all and just being under that specific condition of our relationship to being friends. Now we don't speak to each other at all. We have a no contact thing going on. That person, when we got back into contact, around the time that I started making my Jantmore interview idea, the hybrid between an interview and a short film, when Tyler's Call Me If You Get Lost album came out, I went to Colorado. I was invited by McKenna to her house, and I was there to help her work through some of her final feelings and thoughts about moving to New York, which is very different than this, to pursue her career as an artist. And she had said that she was mad at me. She always does this. I get to the point of holding her accountable to a certain degree, and she gets mad. And she had told me that. And she's like, but I like that you're here, and I love that we've worked through this. And I was holding her accountable. We were talking about very serious real life things, things with big weight. And I remember saying, telling Talinda the story. And this is the story she's telling when she says, telling her the truth, whether she wants to hear it or not. No, I said, I told her the truth, whether she wanted to hear it or not, because she asked me to tell her. And then here says, I am staying until she understands the truth. She may hate me, but at least I taught her the truth. But that's not true. That's a hybrid between a different conversation. Because what happened was, right after that conversation with Talinda, where it seemed to go well, right before she called me and told me I wasn't welcome at their plans next day, and I needed to come back on the 11th. That Dane told me. Dane, Devin, and Valerie all told me that they didn't want me there. Told her that they didn't want me there. I had said, that's when I smoked that bowl. I sat down in the tent right before Talinda called me, and I smoked a bowl. I was planning on going to bed. Had no desire to interact with anybody. I told her that when she called, but I had said to Trilogy, I said, I don't think that she understands what we're saying or sees what we're saying, but I think that she has the capacity to come around to it. And I think that we'll be here for a week, so, it'll be interesting to see how she takes it while we're here. But, all I can do is stand in my truth and tell my truth, and she may not like it at first, but I think that she'll come around. I had good thoughts about that night, which is why it left me in a puddle of goo when she called me, because I was like, one, triggered to my birthday in 2020, but I was also, shocked with that cognitive dissonance of this ultimate high of reconciliation to this ultimate low of you're a burden, get the fuck out of here. So no, what she said here is not verbatim. Also, I asked Valerie about that, and she said, no, they weren't voice messages. They were, or voice recordings. They were Snapchats. As soon as I got there, Valerie apologized. One of my sisters, she came up, she said, I'm sorry you've been going through this all alone. I didn't mean to leave you like that. I just didn't know what to do, but I want to be here for you. She apologized to me in front of everybody. Absolutely stunning moment, wonderful moment. I love that moment. It'll always be a happy memory of mine. And then Talinda right away took her out of sight, got her blasted, just totally wasted. And she came back drunk. And so as we were having the conversations, which started with Lily's pronouns and then ended with the debate of Trilogy, which led to Trilogy shutting down the conversation and leaving the house, me talking to Talinda telling me that she was seeking out our weaknesses and using them against us to test us as my mother. And I took that away from her, and the room went empty. I said, no, you're not my mother. You don't get to say that. We're here because of you. And everybody left. Except for Valerie. Valerie kept recording on Snapchat because she wanted to know what we were talking about. She said she wanted to be part of the change. So she was recording what she saw so that she could watch it later. And then scared of what happened, she deleted them. Yeah, that's what happened. And Dane didn't care about that either. So good dad, great dad. The detective has also heard your voicemails, listened to your remarks about your dad that you said publicly, and read your emails and texts. She seemed to agree that I'm not safe around you and advised me to file a restraining order if you come anywhere near us. with the proof that they have seen and heard and the knowledge that you take psychedelic drugs while having psychotic episodes. They assured me the restraining order would be quickly granted. So guess what? Now you are on the LA County and Lomita watch list for my home and the kids' schools. Right alongside Sam, Toby, John, Susan Church, and 2 conspiracy theory trespassers, people who have entered her house against her will and threatened her safety. I'm starting to think that she didn't see Jamie that night. I think she saw somebody else. Who? 2 other people, I guess. Maybe not that day, but what were they about? So, I will say it again, and you can really understand. Stay the fuck away from us. And keep our names out of your mouth. What date was this? August 7th? I wanted to see something real quick. When was this? Anyways, I thought that part was funny because it's the keep my wife's name out of your motherfucking mouth. As from what I could see, this is actually before that. So I thought that was funny. I did it first. My mom did it to me first. Keep our names out your motherfucking mouth. Now, she said multiple times, I'm not keeping your siblings from you. I'm not trying to be a pain in your ass. And then here she is. This is what she's doing. I'm on a dangerous person's watch list for her home and the kids' schools, the areas of those places. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. Thankfully, I don't ever have to listen to what you said publicly ever again. My attorneys and their assistants will always be monitoring your words and actions. Damn, the attorneys and their assistants? Damn. I got the attorneys and the assistants. I must be doing something right. Every one of them. You can no longer run your mouth without any consequences. Don't even try me, Jamie, because I won't stop coming for you if you do. You will not just lose the cabin, but any credibility you may have established measly in your orbit. This is not a threat. It is a promise and a warning. My team and I, Talinda, will do anything to protect your siblings from you and protect your dad's name and legacy at all costs. Have a nice day and leave us in peace. Or not, I'll see you in court. That was her response. That was her response to what I said about her offer on the house. That is a fucking threat. She did threaten me. She said, not only will I take you to court for defaming your father, I'll win. When you owe me money, I'll take the house you will not give me, and called me out for offering to buy off of you. And you won't just lose the cabin. You will also lose all credibility you've managed to establish. It's not a threat. It's a promise. It is a warning. That's a kill shot right there. She said, if you don't do what I say, if you don't actually do what the fuck I say, I will destroy you. And I'll take everything you have left of meaning to you. That's my mother talking to me. Elka doesn't give a fuck about it. Dane doesn't give a fuck about it. Adrian doesn't give a fuck about it. Brad Delson, Mike Shinoda, Anna Shinoda don't give a fuck about it. Ryan Shuck doesn't give a fuck about it. I'm here to rock, no fucks. In fact, right after this, I said, no, I'm going to do my public address real soon then. And look at that, 7/16, very shortly after that interaction. Both Willow and Clairo have album releases. Clairo releases Sling, which is a great album. And Lately I Feel Everything by Willow, a great album. I'm in sync with my environment. These people are sending me medicine. Directly after that, I do the A Reason to Fight Disturbed music video reaction with Amanda Webster. And I'm not going to go into too much more of this. Oh, so that was right before. So The Offer was what I just read. That was the 7th. So those albums were released like 2 hours before. Or 2 hours. Sorry, my bad. 2 weeks. And so what did I do? Well, interestingly enough, the Sloan Bella meeting falls out. Does not happen, ever. She ignores me in the flesh at this moment. What's also interesting is that Linkin Park reincorporates in August, that same August. The August I just read that email from. Linkin Park reincorporates. They begin their comeback. About that time, right now, in the timeline, the emails I just read, that's about the time Mike Shinoda claims that The Emptiness Machine as a single was pretty much finished. I went to Ryan Shuck and I went to Anna Shinoda, both mentors of mine during this time period. Ryan had a lot to do with my movie. He starred in it. He helped me with the crowdfunding. Anna was there for my writing of Talis Valhije, A Chant, all these other things that I was doing. She was there for ethical considerations. She was there for being a confidant, and there as a confidant. And I told both of them slightly different things. I had just talked to Brad, but I just talked to Anna, but here I am talking to Anna again for the second time, and I'm talking to Ryan instead of Brad. And with Ryan, I said, hey, there's some predacious people around you. It's not really just one person or one thing, but you know, I think you are surrounded by snakes and you're trying to get your life back on track. You're trying to get your finances under. You're trying to work on a family. You're trying to do X, Y, and Z with your businesses. So like, I'm just letting you know the same way that I let Sean Dowdell in 2023, a few years later, know that his ship had leaks in it and also dangerous animals aboard that may kill you on accident if you're not paying attention. I tried to tell him and he ghosted me. He did not talk to me again. The whole reason we're in it with Ryan right now is because of that. Because it turns out that Talinda went to Ryan and Amir and said, can you do anything with the Dead by Sunrise music? I'll introduce you to Warner Music Group. And then they got introduced to Linkin Park. So Ryan literally sold his soul. His relationship with me. The goodness he was building for a sellout relationship with Dead by Sunrise, Warner Music Group, and Linkin Park. That's why he ghosted me. That's what he was doing. And then on the Anna side, I called her and I said, hey, Anna, look at the stuff that's going on. Look how it progressed. And she told me, you know, I think your mom's just grieving. And I said, well, look, it's been so many years. It's been 5 or 6 years at this point, or 4 or 5 years now. At what point do I get to grieve? At what point do I get to be a part of the conversation? At what point do I get to be the change I want to see in the world and actually be taken seriously in the real skills I develop? Like this is ridiculous. And she said, well, I wouldn't tell your story. And I said, I think I have to. At this point, there's no other way. There's no other way to describe how strange all of this is. And she was like, well, if you do, which I would not suggest that you do, I would try fictionalizing it. And I said, what? And she was like, yeah, you know, like in my book, Learning Not to Drown, I fictionalized parts of my life, you know, to protect people involved. And I said, Anna, I'm literally the change. 2, everybody knows who I am. If I ever try to do that, people will find out, and it will cause even bigger problems. I am not going to stand here, especially given our context, and act like that's a suitable response or a suitable solution. They're not viable for me. And I was like, and by the way, you weren't even friends with Talinda. How did that happen? Well, we recently got back in touch, and oh, really? How recent? Because now all of a sudden you went from Talinda only uses me when they need me and they're not a good friend to you should support them and you should do it unconditionally and you should not tell your story, but if you do, you should lie about it. Protect the people involved, as if that would ever be helpful. I had already developed a confusing code speech, as I've mentioned, throughout all of my childhood. So at this point, I've already spoken in code, and I've decided not to. This is one of the many moments in my timeline where I'm like, okay, I got to make a decision. You live or die right now. Which one is it? And I chose to live. So Anna and I fell out. So that same month that I had that conversation with Talinda about the offer, where she said to me, threatening my life, being a very real threat to my livelihood, I went to Ryan, I went to Anna, I was shut down by both of them, ghosted by one, told to lie by the other, told to put myself to the side for the other, and suddenly they were friends again. And then Linkin Park reincorporated at the same time. And at that time, the emptiness machine would have been real. So there you go. We made it. Congratulations. Everything else that happens from here on out, you pretty much have the lore for, in broad strokes at least. Like I said, there are so many little adventures here that were worth it to talk about, but they're not all worth it right now, especially having to redo this. And so we come back to the DVRO and the topic of the reflection at hand. The point of the reflection was to go over the court transcript and understand where we started, go back in time to the beginning to see how it ended, reevaluate our relationship with everybody that we know, tell our story in cliff notes, but also not too broad strokes, so that we can be aware of what relationships were where and how they affected us, see if we can image Talinda differently. And at the end of the day, having done this for the second time, my thoughts on Talinda are very similar. I have offered my apology. That's as far as I'm going to go. I don't apologize anymore to you. I don't owe you anything. You do kind of owe me, and we're going to talk about that. But not kind of, sorry. You owe me, and we're going to talk about that. But no, the restraining order based on those false pretenses being allowed, my honesty fulfilling your burden of proof, your burden of proof, never once getting to share any of this information, having to do this twice, you still being nowhere in the conversation. No apologies, no acknowledgments. You've let Linkin Park's fan base do what they've done. You let the Church of Scientology do what they're going to do. It's very clear to me that to you, I'm dead. It's very clear that to you, you're just going to say this is what the reality is and I'm staying here and that's it, no matter what. And like I said, that's toxic, it's demeaning, and I don't like it. It's icky. I don't want your life. I don't want your energy, bro. You can keep that shit. I want to be the change. I want to be the truth. I want to be the light. I want to be the one finding solutions, creating solutions. I want to better myself. I want to forgive. I don't want to forget. I want to become the change in the world that I want to see. And then I want to turn that change into something that's standard. And then I want to amplify that standard. And I'll do all of it at the same time. I'll continue to do it. What you did is so stupidly disrespectful. You lied on my name multiple times. You created a literal problem that did not exist. You used your power and your affluence against me. And you allowed yourself to become sloppy and undisciplined. You have power and you have no real way to use it. Because if you only use your power for stomping on others, then you clearly don't understand what power is. I mean, there are so many things I could say about what I read and what I remembered, and it's just painful, man. Like, I could put 30 hours into telling every part of the story, and you still won't show up, and you still won't do the work, Elka, and you still won't hear me out, siblings, and you still aren't going to help. I turned my invisibility into a superpower instead of a super weakness. I stood in my truth, and I was right. I'm still right. I have offered an apology, but I'm still right. Minus some of the things that I had to iron out, the kinks that I was manufactured with, which I apologized for, I'm right. I had to unlearn my behaviors. I had to unlearn my language. I had to unlearn my thought patterns. And you were part of the reason they existed in the first place, a big part of the reason. And you continue to try to utilize them as weapons against me, and you can't, and you won't. I'm bulletproof. And like I said, in one of my apologies, I give you permission to share those voicemails, texts, emails. But my one caveat is that I will know whether or not you've shared all of them. So you better share all of them. Don't be painting a picture. Express yourself, but don't be painting a picture. Your pictures turn out way different than the source material. I did not accuse you of anything. I did not threaten you of anything. I have never asked for anything of you more than being a better mother. And instead of acknowledging me and hearing me out, going to therapy with me, supporting me through that recovery, you abandoned me, used your power against me, and did everything that you could to shut me the fuck up. And it turns out there's a lot of really good reasons for that. It's not just because Jamie stumbled on something or a memory. It's because Jamie also, once they started looking at that memory, opened up an investigation into the death of your husband, my father, which never happened. And by the way, as a mental health expert in your field, I would actually think that you, Talinda, voice of 320, would have been appalled, disgusted, terrified about the fact that they only gave your husband 2 hours before deciding it was open and shut and they weren't going to pursue it anymore. I would have been appalled and horrified to have seen someone hack my Twitter like that, and I would have wanted answers. But you didn't seek any. I would have been appalled and terrified by the way I responded in an emotionally reactive way to the fan base, who you marginalized and criticized, fucking cussed out, telling them you would never be friends with them, just to turn around when it was financially and morally convenient for you to call them family. Then to allow Linkin Park to come back and do exactly what they fucking done, destroyed everything my father worked for, and say nothing. But you're going to protect his image, you're going to protect his legacy, right? You're going to allow Grey Days to walk around and do their stupid bullshit, strut their fucking lame-ass legendary bullshit. Let them talk to me the way they've been talking to me. Allow Sean to try to threaten me into a fucking, lure me into a fucking fist fight over literally nothing. You all like to start fights over literally nothing. Well, I'm not a kid anymore. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm not a child anymore. I hold on to my innocence in my childlike ways, and I have the right to hold on to it for a lot longer than you might think because you took my 20s away. And you know what this has taught me? The same thing that military camp taught me. Fuck you. Fuck all of this. Fuck the system. Fuck the people who perpetuate it. I see what this world is. I see the ways in which our system is designed to only devour those who are exploited at the disadvantage of society. I've been at the bottom of the well, at the bottom of the hill my entire fucking life. And people will tell me the whole time that I'm up at the top, floating in the sky. And that's not fucking true at all. I'm just like every normal person here. And I've had it. I will only use my skills, my talents, innate and inspired, to do the right thing, to put in the work, put in the time, find the solutions, bring us together. I'm not participating in this divisionary bullshit any longer. The fact that you don't want to open an investigation into your husband's death, the fact that you treated me this way and you've allowed his friends and colleagues to go on and do what they've done is unacceptable. Also, you got remarried, so you're not a Bennington anymore. That's just a thought that I had. Same thing with Samantha. We can't have double standards here, can we? One for you and one for her. No. She's not a Bennington, you're not a Bennington. You both married into it. Too bad, sorry. One's an Olette and one's a Bentley. My bad. Not really, though. And as the child, speaking with one voice and unification of all of my aspects, the child you came to save, who you failed miserably and nearly killed, shame on you. Shame on you. You should not have your platform. You do not deserve it. You should not have the love and admiration of all these people. You do not deserve it. You are emotionally, physically, and mentally abusive. That is my understanding. You lied about me. You lied on my name. You got my siblings involved, all of which were minors. Not acceptable. People are not your tools. You are not allowed to use them as such. And if I see it with anybody, I think I've made it clear, I'll call you out. I'll call your bluff. Like I said, this is an ego death match. It's a very spiritual process. If I thought that you had any chance of being more correct than me, of having some kind of ground to actually come after me, I would have said so. I would have changed my approach. But no, I think that we are equal in this fight. Because guess what? You lied on my name. And I've shown everybody now how we got to that point. And everybody now knows what would happen after that. Because guess what? We're in the future. Present. It's been 5 years since I met Trilogy. It's been 7 years since my father died. And he died when I finished my 3rd year of college, so it's been 10 years since you told me if I got my degree, I'd be a part of the family. And for 7 of those years, I held onto a house I didn't need to. I held it for you, and I held it for all my siblings, in hopes that I could hold the family together eventually. I'd be the one to bring it back together. And that may still happen, but that house is gone. That history is gone. And the pain and suffering that you caused in place of it, because of your ego, because of your vanity, is astronomical and should not ever be forgotten. I'm almost 30 years old. I'm 28. And at this point in the year, I'm closer to being 29 than I am 28. You have taken so much time, resource, energy from me and my partner, who is nothing like you. Either of you, Elka or Talinda. They are the only one who has seen me this entire time, all the way through. And see, you know I'm lonely, right? You know that people don't see me. You get it? You're part of the person, you're part of the reason that it exists. You know that you can go and say and do whatever the fuck you want, and most likely you'll get away with it. Because most people you know aren't as stubborn or bright as me. But I made a promise to myself. You will never do that to me again. Victimized, victimized. Never again victimized. You did this to yourself. And now I want to read one final thing in conclusion of this reflection. And we will have concluded the session. The next time I'll be on is to do my year in review, which will basically cover the last year being under the DVRO. I wanted to read parts of Kendrick Lamar's The Heart Part 5 because I was reading this the other day and I was like, wow, if only Talinda could go talk to Kendrick. I'm sure they would get along. But this song is really important to me. I saw my father in it. I saw myself in it. And it's true. I have died many deaths getting through to you. As I get a little older, I realize life is perspective, and that my perspective may differ from yours. I want to say thank you to everyone who's been down with me. All of my fans and anyone who's ever given a listen. All of my people. I come from a generation of pain where murder is minor. Rebellious and Margellus will chip you for designer. Belt buckles, clout, overzealous if prone to violence. Make the wrong turn, be a will of the wheel alignment. Residue burned. Missed at a inner city. Miscommunication to keep my homie detective busy. No protection is risky. Desensitized, I vandalized pain. Covered up and camouflaged. Get used to hearing arsenal rain. Analyze, risk your life, take the charge. A 23-hour lockdown, somebody called saying your little nephew was shot down, the culture's involved. I've seen people do 17, hit the halfway house and get their brains blown out looking to buy some weed. The car wash is played out, new GoFundMe accounts will proceed, a brand new victim will shatter those dreams, the culture. I said I'd do this for my culture, to let you know what it looks like, the Bulletproof Rover. There ain't no photoshopping. Friends bipolar will grab your pockets, no option if you froze up, always play the offense. That's the culture, point your finger, promote you. Remote location, witness protection, they gonna hold you. Facts. These streets got me fucked up. Y'all can miss me. I want to represent for us. A new revolution was up and moving. I'm wiping my tears full of confusion, water in between us. Another peer's been executed. History repeats again. Ugh. Again, over and over and over and over, fucking over and over again. Make amends. Find a person with the same skin to do it. That's the culture, crack a bottle. Hard to deal with the pain when you're sober. By tomorrow, we forget the remains, we start over. That's the problem. Our foundation was trained to accept whatever follows. Dehumanize, insensitive, scrutinize the way we live for you and I. Enemies I shook hands with. I can promise I'll meet you in a land where no equal is your equal. Never say I didn't tell you. Because in the land where hurt people, fuck calling that culture. I want the hood to want me back. Look what I've done for you. Celebrate new life when it comes back around. The purpose is in the lessons we are learning now. Sacrifice personal gain over everything just to see the next generation better than ours. Facts. I wasn't perfect, the skin I am. I truly suffered temptation, impatience, everything the body nurtures. I felt the good, I felt the bad, I felt the worry, but all in all, my productivity has stayed urgent. Face your fears. Always knew that I would make it here, where the energy is magnified and persevered. Consciousness is synchronized and crystal clear. Euphoria is all the vibe and made his. Reflecting on my life and what I done, I paid due, made rule, changed out of love. Them same views made schools, changed curriculum. But that didn't stop me staring down the barrel of your gun. Should I feel resentful I didn't see my full potential? Should I feel regret about the good that I was into? Everything is everything. This isn't coincidental. I woke up that morning with more heart to give you. As I bleed through the speakers, feel my presence. To my brother, to my kids, I'm in heaven. To my mother, to my sis, I'm in heaven. To my father, to my wife, I'm serious. This is heaven. To my friends, make sure you count them blessings. To my fans, make sure you make your investments. And to the killer that sped up my demise, I forgive you. Just know that your soul's in question. I seen the pain in your pupil when the trigger had squeezed. And though you did me gruesome, I was surely relieved. I completed my mission, wasn't ready to leave, but fulfilled my days, my Creator was pleased. I can't stress how I love you all. I don't need to be in the flesh to hug you all. The memories recollect because of you all. Celebrate me with respect. The unity we protect is above all. Make sure my kids watch all my interviews. Make sure you live all the dreams we produce. Keep the genius in your brain on the move. And to my neighborhood, let that good prevail. Make sure the babies and them leaders out of jail look for salvation when troubles get real, because you can't help the world until you help yourself. And I can't blame the hood for the day that I was killed. Y'all had to see it. That's the only way to feel. And though my physical won't reap my benefit, the energy that carry on emits still. I want you. I resonated a lot with Kendrick Lamar during this process of growth because I saw somebody wrapped up in the very things that I was falling victim to, even though I tried so hard to stay the fuck out of them. My image silenced so many people, and I'll never let that happen again. I did sacrifice my body, piece it apart like the bread of Christ. I did sacrifice myself to start the healing in. I've been sharpening some swords in the faith I believe. Mr. Morale. And I only found that album way after I did this. And I only found Kendrick Kendrick was something I had to work toward. When I started realizing, I understand Kendrick, I started realizing, I finally did it. I finally have enough understanding of what the fuck in the world is going on to be able to participate in these conversations. That was my goal. And then, of course, as this is all going on, I have this magical Kendrick validation where, I did Schism the year that I took my hiatus, right after I was served, right before I was served with my domestic violence restraining order request. And I put the definition up, and I used the song Schism by Tool to create a timeline of my stories. It's on a highlight. You can go check it out. And then right after that, here comes Kenny. Hey, Drake, fuck you. Where is he? Hey, I hate you. And he uses Euphoria with exactly the same setup. Like, there's the definition. And that was a cool handshake. And then he drops on the day of the Kia Forum, waiting for the party to die. Blew my mind. Then I'm out here, and he's dropping GNX while I'm literally going through this. And today or tomorrow, he may release another album. We don't fucking know. He did the Juneteenth concert. He's doing that concert in his neighborhood, which is pretty cool. And I just see a lot of myself in that. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm going through right now. Yeah, what I'm seeing in that world is something that I feel resonant with, because I am that. I got a lot of Drake to my Kendrick. I fucking said it. Euphoria is the vibe. And that's it. That's the whole thing. So I'm going to check some of these live comments real quick. Thank you for joining me for this reflection. I know it was very long. You did a good job. Like I said, it's a sport for me. Full contact. Perfect. Been standing up there for a long time. do? Maybe you want to leave. Let's see. There's been a lot of comments. Then I'm jumping off because I'm fucking tired of talking. G's over here doing crowd control. That's cute. Yeah, we didn't talk about that because this wasn't in the purview of the reflection, but Mike Shinoda did recently. You know, he's like, yeah, I worked with Jay-Z. Not the time, Mike. God damn. Okay. I see you guys are just talking, so I think I'm just gonna call it. All right, well, that's it. Yay. Have a nice night.